Chapter 1856. Within the boundary of Tai Luo City, the huge ghost city that had been damaged by the fierce battle between Chunzong and the Ghost King had already been repaired. The Purgatory Ghost Gate had once again expanded from a radius of 10 meters to 15 meters. The Ghost Hunter's power that was swallowed and spat out at every moment was even more vigorous. It poured in like a torrent, causing the Ghost Hunter's power in the Ghost City to become even denser. In such an environment, the Ghost Clan was like a fish in water. They had a natural geographical advantage. The expansion of the Ghost Purgatory Gate not only meant that more Ghost Realm energy was being emitted, but also the arrival of other Ghost Clan armies. One figure after another rapidly stepped out of the expanding Purgatory Ghost Gate, officially entering this world from the Purgatory Ghost Realm. The Ghost King that had fought with Chunzong smiled. These were the warriors of the Ghost Forest Tribe. As long as the 100,000 warriors of the Ghastly Forest Tribe descended upon this world, and the other Ghost King also descended upon this world, they would launch an all-out attack, crushing all resistance in this world in one fell swoop, causing the will of this world to once again fall into a deep slumber. At that time, with the Ghost Realm's will in the bodies of the Ghost Clan warriors, they would be able to erode the will of this world and transform it into a world that was more suitable for the Ghost Clan to live and fight. It would become a new Ghost Realm. Roar, 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 roar. Instantly, terrifying roar came from the other side of the Ghost Purgatory Gate. It was as if a storm had swept over and wreaked havoc. The Ghost King's expression changed when he heard the roar. Immediately, a huge and ferocious ghost face appeared from the Ghost Purgatory Gate, followed by a head full of black sarcomas. A huge body appeared and rushed out from the Ghost Purgatory Gate. The body was more than 10 meters tall. It was a black beast with a ghost face and black sarcomas all over its body. It looked a little like a lizard. It looked very disgusting, and the aura it emitted was very strong and tyrannical. Ghost Beast. The Ghost King's expression darkened. He stared at the red dot on the Ghost Beast's forehead, and it's a controlled Ghost Beast. He couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. In the Ghost Purgatory Gate, there was another race besides the Ghost Clan. There were the Beast Clan, also known as Ghost Beasts. Of course, the Ghost race had intelligence. Ghost Beasts did not have much intelligence, but their bestial instincts surpassed their intelligence. Ghost Beasts and Ghost Clans would not get along peacefully. In fact, the 36 divisions of the Purgatory Ghoul race would compete with each other and even fight against each other. The ghouls would also kill ghoul beasts to absorb their life force to improve themselves and become stronger. Of course, ghost beasts would also devour each other, devouring ghost beasts and ghosts to improve themselves. As for ghost beasts, when they were born, they all looked the same. They were just a ball. As they continued to devour and grow, they would take on different shapes. There were all kinds of strange shapes, and most of them looked very disgusting. But nothing is absolute. Ghost beasts could also be used by the Ghost Clan. Among the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, there was a division called the Ghost Beast Division. The difference between the Ghost Clan of the Ghost Beast Clan and the other 35 Ghost Clans was that some of them could control ghost beasts. With his own tyrannical combat strength and the addition of the Ghost Beast, he would be even more powerful. Therefore, among the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan, the overall strength of the Ghost Beast Division surpassed that of the Ghost Forest Division. If the strength of the 36 divisions of the Ghost Clan was divided into levels, the 3 strong divisions would naturally be the first level, the Ghost Beast Division would be the 3rd level, and the Ghost Forest Division would be the 4th level. Now that a Ghost Beast with the symbol of being controlled had appeared here, what did this mean? Could it be that the Ghost Forest Division had been conquered? That should not be, because the Ghost Beast Division and the Ghost Forest Division were not enemies. They should be allies. More Ghost Beasts came through the Purgatory Ghoul Gate to this world. Accompanying them were ghosts. When they arrived, they were about to roar loudly, but when they felt the tyrannical aura of the Ghost King, they all shut up. Ghost Forest Jieluo, you need to give me an explanation? The Ghost King overseeing the Ghost City was furious. Originally, this should be a good thing for the Ghost Forest Division. How could the Ghost Beast Division be involved? The Ghost Beast Division was stronger than the Ghost Forest Division. If they entered here, they would probably gain dominance. When that happened, the benefits that the Ghost Forest Division could gain would be greatly reduced. Moreover, if the Ghost Beast Division knew, then what about the other divisions? If the 36 tribes knew about this and entered this world one after another, especially the 3 strongest tribes, the Ghost Forest tribe would probably have nothing to do with this. Then, all the efforts that he had put in and the price that the Ghost Forest Division had paid would have been wasted. Therefore, he felt angry and could not help but question the other Ghost King of the Ghost Forest Division. Jess, our movements were discovered by the Ghost Beast Division. Ghost Forest Jie Luo explained. Fortunately, they were only discovered by the Ghost Beast Division and attracted the attention of the Ghost Beast Division's Ghost King. They had no choice but to join forces with the Ghost Beast Division and enter this world. Moreover, with the Ghost Beast Division as a cover, the other 16 divisions would not discover anything for a while. In addition, this time, the Ghost Beast Division that entered this world with the Ghost Forest Division totaled a quarter of their forces. Jess, it's not a good thing to eat alone. A rough voice filled with malice sounded, accompanied by an extremely terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth. That was the roar of a ghost beast, and it was not an ordinary ghost beast. A 3-meter-tall figure clad in battle armor stepped into the Ghost Purgatory Gate and appeared in the Ghost City. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out, suppressing in all directions. At the same time, a huge pitch-black ghost beast appeared. That ghost beast looked like a lion that was 20 meters in size. Of course, its face was a ghost face, which was the characteristic of all ghost beasts. On the forehead of that ghost face, there was a huge sarcoma that seemed to be throbbing. The sarcoma on this ghost beast body, on the contrary, was very few and did not look that scary. This kind of ghost beast that looked more normal was usually a ghost beast with even more shocking potential, which also meant that it was more powerful. Ghost Beast King. This was actually a Ghost Beast King. The so-called Ghost Beast King referred to a ghost beast that had the battle strength of a Ghost King. A Ghost King and a Ghost Beast King were equivalent to 2 Ghost Kings in terms of combat strength. The Ghost Beast clan had 3 Ghost Kings. Although one of the Ghost Kings was unable to control ghost beasts, the other 2 Ghost Kings could each control a Ghost Beast King. That was equivalent to having 5 Ghost Kings. In terms of peak battle strength, the Ghost Beast clan was obviously stronger than the Ghost Forest clan. In addition, the army of the Ghost Beast clan was stronger than the Ghost Forest clan. Yiming, this world was discovered by my Ghost Forest clan. Ghost Forest Jess replied coldly. Even if the Ghost Beast clan was stronger than the Ghost Forest clan, he was not afraid. This world is so big, with your Ghost Forest clan strength, you may not be able to take it all. The Ghost Beast Yiming laughed. My Ghost Beast clan will not take advantage of your Ghost Forest clan. This time, the resources needed to build the Ghost Mother Tree will be provided by our Ghost Beast clan. Okay. Ghost Forest just thought for a moment and agreed. The Ghost Clan was a race that was born to fight. It was also a very strange race. They did not have a gender, or it could be said that they were all males because that was the form that the Ghost Realms will recognize, the most suitable form for fighting. Therefore, the Ghost Clan did not have parents. They were born from the Ghost Mother Tree. The so-called Ghost Mother Tree was the place where the Ghost Clan was born. In the Ghost Forest Purgatory, there was a Ghost Mother Tree in each of the 36 Ghost Forest divisions. It constantly absorbed energy and gave birth to young Ghost Clan members. Then, it started to fight, kill, and devour, constantly improving itself, becoming ghost soldiers and joining the army. However, the resources needed to build a Ghost Mother Tree were too shocking. With the Ghost Forest Clan's ability, they could build a Ghost Mother Tree in this world. This ghost city was prepared in advance for the construction of the Ghost Mother Tree. However, once the Ghost Mother Tree was built, the Ghost Forest Clan's many years of savings would be used up. However, the Ghost Forest Clan had already decided to enter this world, which was equivalent to giving up everything in the Ghost Forest. Therefore, even if they had to use up all their resources, they had to build a Ghost Mother Tree. This way, they could ensure the continuation of the Ghost Forest Clan. But now things had changed. The Ghost Beast clan knew about it and participated in it. This had become a fact that could not be changed. Therefore, the Ghost Beast clan naturally had to pay a price for this. The Ghost Beast clan would use all their resources to build the Ghost Mother Tree as the price they had to pay. This way, the Ghost Forest clan could save a lot of resources. Now that the Ghost Forest clan had completely entered this world, the construction of the Ghost Mother Tree was imperative. The Ghost Mother Tree had to be built near the Ghost Gate of Purgatory. This way, it could absorb more energy from the Ghost Forest Purgatory. Ghost generals circled around in all directions, constantly releasing their energy. Under the guidance of the Ghost King of the Ghost Beast clan, the energy was released in all directions. The Ghost Mother Tree was a gigantic tree. The construction of the Ghost Mother Tree was not easy. It required a huge amount of resources and energy. First, it had to be condensed into a seed. Then, it had to be irrigated so that it would germinate and grow. Precious resources were constantly refined. Finally, they gathered into a heart that was about 10 meters in size. The heart was pitch black, but it was covered with red veins. It was beating as if it was nurturing something terrifying. The energy was continuously channeled into the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. Gradually, traces of black mist with traces of red light appeared in the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. As the mist rose, it seemed as if it was rolling over and over. The mist was constantly spreading and accumulating. Gradually, it covered the entire seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. As the mist lingered, the red light at the edge of the black mist became more and more obvious. The black mist emitted a cold and gloomy aura, while the red mist emitted a blazing and overbearing aura. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast clan in the sky had a solemn expression. The Ghost Beast Kings beside him also gathered their energy and condensed it. Immediately, as if they had used all their strength to attack, they directly shot down. Boom! The mist outside the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree fluctuated continuously. It was like a surging tide, like the waves of the sea. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely shocking roar coming from the seed of the Ghost Mother Tree. Chapter 1857. Within the Ghost City, a tree had sprouted and was growing healthily. On Bewildering Light Island, Chunzong held a long sword condensed from the Heart Sword Dao Will and was practicing sword techniques one by one. This sword technique looked very simple. Stab, hack, slice, chop, flick. This was the basic swordsmanship. It was the most basic swordsmanship that was passed down in every world in the universe. It was the basic technique of using the sword. Everyone who was determined to practice swordsmanship had to cultivate and master this swordsmanship from the beginning. However, most people who practiced the sword would change to a more advanced sword technique after mastering the basic sword technique. After that, they would throw the basic sword technique to the back of their minds and would not review it again. This was because they felt that there was no need to do so. Once in a battle, it was natural to use powerful sword techniques to deal with the enemy. That was the first choice. However, Chunzong did not. Reviewing the basic sword technique was like an instinct that was engraved in the depths of his soul. Even if he changed his body, it was still the same. Now, Chunzong was reviewing the basic sword technique again, calming himself down and looking for inspiration to slowly accumulate, improve, and break through himself. In the territory of Great Change City, in the temporary mountain gate of the Azura sect, Chinshio was practicing the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique and constantly absorbing the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl. The fourth stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was improving bit by bit. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was very advanced. Every stage of improvement was very difficult. Without the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, it was unknown how many years it would take for Chun Shio's cultivation to break through from the fourth stage to the fifth stage. It was unimaginable. Now, even with the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl, it was not so easy. Chun Shio estimated that once he cultivated the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique to the fifth stage, he would surpass the 9-star level and possess the combat power of a demigod. As for whether he would condense the Flower of Extremity, he was not sure. The potential of this body was shocking. He really could not be sure what level of extremity it was. In a certain void in the profound world, a golden flame burned continuously and seemed to become more and more vigorous. It was the heavenly god in the palace of providence that was favored by the will of this world. It could be said that in this world, heavenly god Gong was the one who had received the most providence, followed by Chunzong and Xiao. In addition, not long ago, the three of them worked together to defeat a ghost king, temporarily resolving a great crisis. They received more care from this side of the world and became more sensitive to changes in qi. Inside Ghost City, the Ghost Mother Tree was growing healthily. At the same time, a terrifying ghost hunter will also spread out from the Ghost Mother Tree. It slowly spread out and attacked everything with malice. This was the erosion of the world's will. Chunzong, Xiao, and the heavenly god Gong all faltered upon hearing this. They felt as if there was an ominous aura permeating between heaven and earth. This ominous aura carried with it a frightening malice. Chunzong and the others felt chills run down their spines. It was as if their minds and wills were being corroded and polluted. There was no pollution, nor was there any erosion. However, it felt like dark clouds were looming over their heads, making them feel very uncomfortable. Especially for those who had received more care from this side of the world, the more obvious this feeling was. Could it be that the Ghost Clan is making a move again? Shinzong couldn't help but think. With a thought, he disappeared and reappeared in Tai Luo City. Chunzong executed the yin-yang seamless movement technique to its limits. Silently, he quickly headed in the direction of Ghost City. Scout the enemy. As soon as he entered Tai Luo City, Chunzong acutely sensed the changes in the aura here. It was obviously much denser. His expression was somewhat serious. The closer he got to Ghost City, the denser the sinister and domineering aura became. The light also became dimmer, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. After passing through the walls of Ghost City, although the defensive power was more than twice as strong, Chunzong was still not discovered. Immediately, Chunzong was surprised to see a huge and hideous monster with a twisted ghost face and a body full of sarcomas. It was very disgusting, but the aura it emitted was also very powerful and shocking. These are ghost beasts. Chunzong's expression became more and more serious. Chunzong's memory was connected to Chunxiao's. Therefore, what Chunxiao knew, Chunzong also knew. Ghost beasts. Even ghost beasts had appeared here. Thinking carefully, these ghost beasts had red lights flashing between their eyebrows. They were obviously ghost beasts that were being controlled. Among the Ghost Clan, only the Ghost Beast Division could control ghost beasts. In other words, other than the original Ghost Forest Division, the Ghost Beast Division had also entered here. The Ghost Forest Division was already very powerful. For the Supreme Mystery Realm, it was almost impossible to resist. If the even more powerful Ghost Beast Division had also entered, it would be a disaster. Could this be the origin of the sinister aura? Infiltrate. Constantly infiltrate. Under the yin-yang seamless movement technique, Chunzong's aura was extremely restrained. As long as he didn't actively leak it, even the Ghost King would find it difficult to immediately discover him. In the distance, Chunzong saw a huge and strange tree. It was rapidly growing inch by inch into the sky, constantly growing taller and thicker. It was a big tree with a black trunk. The trunk was already more than 10 meters long, and it was still growing. There were countless scars on it, and they looked like distorted ghost faces. Countless branches spread out in all directions. The shape was very strange, as if countless ghosts were lurking on it. An astonishing malice was constantly spreading from the gradually growing tree. It seemed to have turned into layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Chunzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This tree. There seemed to be related information in the Ghost General's memory. The Ghost Mother Tree. It was the thing that gave birth to the Purgatory Ghost Clan. For the Ghost Clan, it was a sacred tree. It was a sacred tree that carried the great will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm. It could truly transform the surrounding environment into a ghost realm that was more suitable for the ghost clan to live and fight in. Chunzong finally understood where the oppressive feeling came from. It was as if dark clouds had covered the sky. The ghost clan had strengthened their invasion of this world. Moreover, it was the Ghost King and Ghost Beast King of the Ghost Beast tribe. In addition, it was the two Ghost Kings of the Ghost Forest tribe. In this way, the Ghost Clan had the battle strength of 4 Ghost Kings, which was equivalent to 4 peak demigods. Danger. An extremely strong sense of danger suddenly swept over and filled his body. Chunzong couldn't help but tremble. A great crisis had descended upon the profound realm. 4 peak demigod experts, tens of thousands of Ghost Clan soldiers gathered, and the appearance of the Ghost Mother Tree, a sacred object of the Ghost Clan, revealed a message. The Ghost Clan was about to launch a large-scale attack. Against 1,000 or 2,000 Ghost Clan soldiers, the Human Clan Alliance might be able to resist. But against 10 or 20,000 Ghost Clan soldiers, the 3 Human Clan Alliances wouldn't be able to resist at all. They would be defeated at first contact. Even if Chunzong and Chun Xiu attacked with all their might, the result would still be the same. After all, the Ghost Clan had 4 peak demigod experts. Destroy the Ghost Mother Tree now? Chunzong silently calculated and deduced, but he couldn't do it. It was equivalent to 4 Ghost Kings surrounding him. Once he leaked his aura, he would immediately be attacked. Other than leaving, there was nothing else he could do. After all, he wasn't strong enough. But no matter what, he had to let the other humans know about the changes here. Immediately, Chun Xiu came out of seclusion and found Alliance leader Yuanji. He told him everything that Chunzong had seen. The entire Taiyuan Alliance's main hall was filled with coldness and solemnity. Lord Chun Xiu, it's not that I don't believe you, but what you said is too unbelievable. Alliance leader Yuanji smiled bitterly. This is the information that Jiani Chunzong found out with his own eyes, Chun Xiu said unhurriedly. Jiani Chunzong. These 4 words carried more weight than sword demon Chun Xiu, at least in everyone's minds. Moreover, such an important matter couldn't be joked about. Lord Chun Xiu, what do you and Lord Jiani think? Alliance leader Yuanji calmed himself down and asked again. Retreat immediately. Withdraw from Great Change City and join forces with the Xiankong Alliance and Taiyuan Sacred Alliance, Chun Xiu said solemnly. At this point, the 3 alliances had to unite and cooperate sincerely. Only by retreating to a corner would they have a slight hope of resisting the Ghost Race army. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one, and all of them would perish. If they joined forces, they could completely concentrate their strength and not be defeated one by one. In addition, if they retreated to a corner, they could also wait for reinforcements to arrive. Neither Chunzong nor Chun Xiu were tactical strategists. They just gave a pertinent suggestion. As for whether it was feasible or not, the Taiyuan Alliance indeed had the corresponding talents to analyze it. And the result of the analysis was approval. After all, there is a clear gap between the strength of the humans and the ghost race, be it in terms of individual combat strength or numbers. Especially now that the ghost race army had truly entered the profound world, their numbers were dozens or even hundreds of times more than before. There were even Ghost King realm experts, which was extremely terrifying. The 3 alliances retreated to a corner. They had no choice but to do so. Immediately, Grand Elder Yuan Kong and Grand Elder Yuan Feng of the Taiyuan Alliance moved. They went through the Void Gate of the Void Temple to Taiyuan Sacred Alliance and Xiankong Alliance to inform them of the news and explain their intentions. Unite. The 3 alliances united. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, the group of experts could more or less feel the aura in the air. It was even more oppressive, as if dark clouds were hanging over their heads. It was heavy and very uncomfortable. The Xiankong Alliance didn't refuse. They agreed immediately and began to arrange for people to retreat. As for the Taiyuan Sacred Alliance, for some reason, they didn't agree immediately. Instead, they sent people to the boundary of Grand Luo City to investigate, as if to further confirm the situation. However, While they were investigating, they also arranged for some people to retreat first. The direction of their retreat this time was the boundary at the very edge of the ultimate profundity realm, called Taichi City. Taiji City's boundary was the largest in the profound world. Even Taishian City couldn't compare to it. However, the chi of heaven and earth in Taiji City wasn't rich enough and resources were scarce. It was the kind of place that was vast but sparsely populated. Retreating to Taiji City was really a last resort. Chapter 1858. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like a raging storm. It sounded like a war horn that resounded through the heavens and earth. An expanse of pitch black surged in the sky. It was like dark clouds that covered the heavens and the earth, and it was like a surging tide. A gloomy and blazing, overbearing aura covered the heavens and the earth. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered, swallowed, and destroyed. The Ghost Clan army. This patch of darkness was like a swarm of locusts passing through. It was the Ghost Clan army that set off from Ghost City. 3 Ghost Kings and a Ghost Beast King were among them. Attack! The Ghost Clan immediately launched an attack. They gathered enough forces to prevent any unexpected events from happening and immediately set off. They planned to devour all the humans in the highest mystery realm and completely occupy the highest mystery realm. At that time, they could use the highest mystery realm as their base camp and spread out in all directions, invading other realms until they completely occupied this world and turned it into a new ghost region. As they advanced, the army split into 2 groups. One group headed in the direction of Tai City. It was the 2 Ghost Kings and the Ghost Soldiers of the Ghost Forest tribe. The other group headed out of the highest mystery realm. This was previously discussed between the Ghost Forest tribe and the Ghost Beast tribe. The highest mystery realm belonged to the Ghost Forest tribe. The Ghost Beast tribe had to leave the highest mystery realm and head to other realms. The neighboring realms to the highest mystery realm were the Upper Yuan realm, the Ancient Suppression realm, and the Sky Chill realm. The Upper Yuan realm was separated by the bewildering light ocean, which was difficult to cross. Although the Ghost Beast tribe seemed to have fewer troops in terms of numbers, they were not inferior to the Ghost Forest tribe in terms of combat power. This was because nearly half of the Ghost Beast tribe warriors had ghost beasts. At the border of the highest mystery realm, in the territory of Taiji City, Qin Xiao informed the Primary Peak Alliance leader, the Xiankong Alliance leader, and the Taishan Alliance leader that the Ghost Clan army had set off. The Taishan Alliance sent people to infiltrate the territory of Tailuo City and paid a hefty price to confirm the news. The entire alliance retreated to Taiji City. The 3 alliances joined forces and set up many traps in the territory of Taiji City to deal with the Ghost Clan army. Are they coming? The Xiankong Alliance leader's eyes shone brightly. Then let them come. We will fight sooner or later. The Primary Peak Alliance leader exuded an astonishing aura that was beyond the past. The Taishan Alliance leader did not speak, but the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. A figure appeared in Ghost City. It was Chunzong. At this moment, the Ghost City was truly like a ghost city. There was no one in sight. Not a single Ghost Clan member remained. The Ghost Race Army had already moved out in full force. They did not leave behind any warriors to guard this place. This also revealed the Ghost Race's determination and will to attack. At the same time, it also revealed a kind of confidence that they were not afraid of being attacked. Since there were no ghosts left to guard the city, Chunzong did not need to hide himself carefully. Using his movement technique, Chunzong quickly headed towards the depths of the Ghost City. Soon after, he saw a huge black tree with a strange shape. It was dozens of meters wide and nearly 1,000 meters tall. Ghost Mother Tree. This was the Ghost Mother Tree, the holy tree of the Purgatory Ghost Clan. It was the holy tree that gave birth to the Purgatory Ghost Clan. Without the Ghost Mother Tree, the Purgatory ghouls would not have been able to appear. And now, such a huge Ghost Mother Tree was right in front of Chunzong's eyes. Chunzong's heart was suddenly filled with excitement. Destruction. Destroying this Ghost Mother Tree would be a big blow to the Ghost Race. However, Chunzong did not immediately take action. Instead, he pondered. The Ghost Mother Tree was so important. It did not make sense that the ghost race did not leave any soldiers behind to guard it. The only explanation was that the Ghost Mother Tree was not weak. It could not be destroyed. A deeper guess was that the Ghost Mother Tree also possessed great power. Regarding this point, the ghost race's memory that Chunxiu obtained seemed to be fragmented. So Chunxiu was not clear about it. After all, it was just a soul fragment. As for whether it was true or not, he would find out soon. The Ghost Mother Tree was almost 1,000 meters tall. Its trunk was covered with ghost faces and scars. Each of them was twisted, as if the soul had been tortured in its lifetime and was branded on it. It was extremely painful. With just a glance, Chunzong felt an indescribable chill rising from the depths of his heart. Incomparably complicated branches stretched out in all directions, covering a radius of more than 1,000 meters. On top of them, there was a 1-meter-long heart-like object hanging upside down. It was completely black, and its surface was covered with crimson veins. It seemed to be trembling slightly. That was the ghost realm. It was the thing that gave birth to the ghost race. In every ghost realm, there was a baby ghost race that was growing until it broke out of the ghost realm. It would take a long time. Sword intent, infinite heart destruction. In an instant, Chunzong gathered all of his power and slashed out with his sword. The sword light shot out like a vacuum. In an instant, it crossed thousands of meters and approached the Ghost Mother Tree. Slash! The powerful slash turned into a sword light that was dozens of meters long and slashed at the Ghost Mother Tree, trying to cut it in half. However, while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. The powerful sword light slashed at the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree. At the same time, a black light flashed across the Ghost Mother Tree and blocked Chunzong's powerful slash. In the next moment, the black light disappeared, but the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree was still intact, without a single scratch. Chunzong's eyes widened in shock. The infinite heart destruction was the most powerful slash after the vacuum death slash. Moreover, it was executed with all of his power. If the Ghost King was hit, it would definitely be seriously injured. However, such a powerful slash could not cause any damage to the Ghost Mother Tree. It could not even leave a mark on it. It was completely blocked by the black light. Chunzong finally understood why the ghost race was so relaxed and did not have any power to guard this place. It was impossible to break through such a defense, let alone destroy it. In just a breath of time, Chunzong's expression suddenly changed, but he was still a bit too slow. The Ghost Mother Tree's scars that looked like ghost faces trembled. The ghost faces seemed to come alive. They opened their mouths that were devoid of teeth and let out sharp screeches. Ghost wails. In an instant, countless sharp and terrifying screeches came from the mouth of each ghost face. The ghost faces twisted and trembled. They seemed to want to break away from the Ghost Mother Tree and turn into vengeful spirits. This extremely terrifying shriek was like a thunderclap exploding out, directly charging towards them. Chunzong felt his skin go numb, as if it was being torn apart. Waves of pain came from his body. His muscles, bones, and internal organs were also trembling. It was as if they were being cut by countless tiny blades. His entire spirit sea was also impacted. It was as if it was being destroyed by a natural disaster. It shook violently and almost collapsed. If the Tao Will of Heart sword had not been raised to perfection and guarded the spirit sea, making it more stable, it would have been shattered. Even so, the spirit sea was shaking violently. Chunzong felt as if his soul was being attacked continuously. It was as if it was being torn apart. In an instant, Chunzong disappeared and appeared on Bewildering Light Island. In Ghost City, after the Ghost Mother Tree released the terrifying soul-chasing sound wave, it waved its flexible branches like a long whip and lashed at the spot where Chunzong had disappeared. With a bang, the void cracked inch by inch. In an instant, a crack that was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a pinky finger formed. Chunzong did not see this scene. Otherwise, he would be even more shocked. The Ghost Mother Tree not only had an amazing defensive ability, but it also had a terrifying counterattack ability. It was no wonder that the Ghost Clan was so relaxed. They were not afraid that someone would attack the Ghost Mother Tree directly. In the Purgatory Ghost Realm, even the most powerful Ghost King could not do anything to the Ghost Mother Tree. It could be said that other than the fact that the Mother Ghoul Tree was unable to move, its fighting prowess was much stronger than the strongest Ghoul King in the Purgatory. Only those at the Great Saint Stage could threaten or even destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. However, there were not many Supreme Saints in the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. Some of them had already left to explore the void of the universe in search of opportunities to improve themselves. Some of them had stayed behind to watch out for the invasion of the void demons. Some of them had entered a deep level of seclusion. It could be said that there were no Supreme Saints in the Void Boundary Realm at the moment. The Purgatory Ghost Clan was not the only enemy in the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. There were also the Void Demons. If they were careless, the Void Demons would invade the Tianyuan Sacred Territory. If not for the need to defend against the Void Demons, the Void Boundary Realm would be much stronger than this. On Bewildering Light Island, Chunzong's face was pale. The Ghost Mother Tree not only had an amazing defensive ability, but its sound wave was also terrifying. In an instant, he felt like his body was being cut into pieces. His spirit sea was directly attacked, and his soul was in turmoil. If he had not escaped in time, his soul would have been damaged in a few breaths. How could he destroy such a terrifying Ghost Mother Tree? The turmoil in his spirit sea calmed down, and Chunzong's face regained its color. The Purgatory Ghost Clan was really a terrifying clan. To a certain extent, they were even more powerful and difficult to deal with than the void demons that he had encountered before. Now, Chunzong could not think of a good way to deal with the Ghost Mother Tree, so he could only give up for now. Fortunately, the Ghost Mother Tree could not move and could only stay where it was. As long as he did not attack it, it would not show its power. Maybe I'll give it a try after I condense the 3 flowers, Chunzong thought to himself. As long as he condensed the Supreme Flower, his combat strength would be further enhanced. At that time, he might be able to break the Ghost Mother Tree's defense and destroy it before it could counterattack. As for now, he had to chase after the Ghost Clan army. In an instant, Chunzong's figure disappeared and reappeared in the boundary of Grand Brightness City. He followed the aura left behind by the Ghost Clan and quickly chased after them. At this moment, the Ghost Clan army had already crossed the boundary of Grand Brightness City, crossed the Star Plane, and stepped into the boundary of Grand Change City. However, there wasn't a single soul in the area of Great Change City. The Great Yuan Alliance had already retreated and left this place, leaving behind only a deathly silence. They escaped so quickly. Ghost Forest Jesse sneered. He was a little surprised, but it was also reasonable. The Ghost Clan army moved out directly. Although they were divided into 2 groups, the Ghost Forest Tribe's army was almost 100,000 strong. It was so terrifying that it could destroy everything in its path. Moreover, the Ghost Clan did not plan to hide their tracks and directly advanced. With such a large force, the human clan would definitely know in advance and react accordingly. Retreat. This was undoubtedly the right way to go. It was better than fighting head-on. After all, the Ghost Clan army was too powerful. Chapter 1859. Oppression. An extremely oppressive aura filled the air. Everyone felt their hearts sink, and they found it hard to breathe. The territory of Taiji City was vast and boundless. A huge city stood on the ground, and it could be seen that the city walls were still very new. It was obvious that they had just been built not long ago. Moreover, there was a huge crossbow bed placed every 20 meters on the city walls. On top of it, there was a huge crossbow that was 2 meters long. The tip of the crossbow was like the tip of a long spear. It shone with a green light and seemed to contain terrifying power. There were 300 of these crossbows lined up in a row. The Void Temple had always been neutral and did not participate in any battles in Tianyuan Sacred Region. However, Now that Taishan world was facing a huge disaster that would affect the entire Tianyuan sacred region. The Void Temple was finally willing to help. However, they did not help directly. Instead, they traded some treasures, such as the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow. The Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow was extremely powerful and shocking. The more power was injected into it, the more powerful it would be. When the power was strong enough, it could even kill a 9-star expert. Of course, it was difficult to use the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow to kill a 9-star expert. After all, the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow needed to accumulate power. This took time and a series of preparations, such as aiming. However, a 9-star warrior wouldn't just stand there and wait to be killed. Not only 9-star experts, but any cultivator would do the same. Now that the Ghost Tribe army was invading, the mysterious Void Temple did not help directly. They could only trade for the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbows and make other arrangements. Facing so many enemies, they did not need to aim. They only needed to adjust the direction slightly. Once they shot out, they would definitely hit the Ghost Tribe and cause a lot of damage. Of course, there were only 300 Void Demon-Slaying Crossbows. It was hard to say how much damage they could cause to the Ghost Tribe. However, no matter what, Taiji City was their last resort. There was no way back. They had to fight to the death. They had to do their best. Even if they died, they had to kill a few more ghosts. This section of the city wall was newly built. It could be said that it was an extension of the original Taiji city. It seemed to have become an inner city and an outer city. Cultivators with sufficient combat power were all gathered in the outer city, while those without sufficient combat power were gathered in the inner city. Of course, if the outer city was breached, the people in the inner city would inevitably die. Taiji City was the final destination. In this battle, there was a great disparity between everyone. However, they could not retreat and could only face it head-on. With the three alliances working together, there were more than 1,500 cultivators with 4-star combat power and above. Compared to before, this number had increased by quite a bit. The invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls had caused great casualties in the Profound Realm. It was unknown how many humans had been devoured. However, the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls had awakened the will of the world, and it was slowly recovering. As the will of the world awakened and gradually recovered, not only could cultivators obtain origin essence from killing ghouls to strengthen themselves, but they could also improve their cultivation efficiency. Although many cultivators had died in the battle against the Purgatory Ghouls, many cultivators had also made breakthroughs in their battle prowess and become even stronger. On the whole, there were more 4-star cultivators than before the invasion of the Purgatory Ghouls. However, compared to the Purgatory Ghouls, there was still a huge gap in numbers. Perhaps only when the will of the world completely recovered and cultivated for a few hundred more years would there be hope of catching up to the Purgatory Ghouls' current level. According to the news sent back, there were at least tens of thousands of ghouls attacking. Even the weakest of them had 4-star combat power. On the human side, even with the three alliances combined, there were only about 1,500 of them, 1,000 against tens of thousands. The disparity was too great. If they knew that the ghouls were not tens of thousands, but close to 100,000, they would only feel despair. Even now, there was only one expression on everyone's face: solemn, extremely solemn. The wind was bleak, the water was cold, and the warriors had left and never returned. This kind of aura had already filled the surroundings, like smoke signals. The power of the 300 Void Devil-Slaying crossbows had been accumulated to the extreme, reaching the upper limit of the crossbows. Even 9-star expert would have more than a 50% chance of dying if they were hit head-on, unless they had some defensive secret treasure or some special method. Of course, the bodies of the Purgatory Ghouls were strong. Even if they were hit head-on, they might not die, but they would definitely be severely injured. Among the 1,500 people, Chun Xiu was also present. He was still holding the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl that was getting smaller and smaller. He was constantly using the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, trying his best to make use of all the time to improve himself. Pressure. The aura was getting more and more oppressive. Everyone's heart was heavy, almost suffocating. Under such pressure, some people could still hold on and could still cultivate and maintain their condition, showing shocking iron will. However, some people were already emotionally unstable. In the inner city of Taiji City, it seemed to be gloomy. The ghouls are coming. We can't stop them at all. Since we're going to die, we might as well enjoy it before we die. In the inner city, some people's minds were already in turmoil. It was as if their inner demons had been awakened, and their desires were infinitely magnified. They were about to die. This sentence was like a curse, but also like a virus, spreading rapidly in the inner city. The human heart was the easiest to be shaken, especially the low-level cultivators and ordinary people who did not have strong wills. When faced with a desperate situation, it was easy for their temperament to change greatly. Some of the desires that were hidden in the depths of their hearts would be infinitely magnified. Under the influence of such desires, the inner city started to become chaotic. Burning, killing, robbing, and lewd acts were committed everywhere. However, the three great alliances had also considered the situation. Therefore, those cultivators whose combat power was between 1-star and 3-star were not qualified to participate in the battle against the Ghost Clan. Instead, they formed teams to defend and control the inner city. Once there was any chaos, they would immediately appear and suppress it. Attention! The ghouls have already entered the boundary of Taiji City and are approaching, Chun Xiu suddenly said. His cold voice entered everyone's ears. Whether the warriors were cultivating or resting, all of their expressions changed greatly. Finally, it was still coming. The inevitable decisive battle was about to arrive. Immediately, 100 people stepped out and stood beside the void demon, slaying crossbows. They were ready to shoot 100 powerful crossbows at any time to kill as many ghouls as possible. The ghouls had arrived. Once they entered the boundary of Taiji City, it would only take a few hours for them to approach. A few hours did not pass in the blink of an eye, but the heavy pressure made it so that no one dared to relax, nor could they relax. After a few hours, the ghouls would arrive. At that time, who would be able to survive? Perhaps none. All of them would have to die. I don't want to die, a 4-star warrior mumbled to himself. His expression kept changing. His voice was low, and it seemed like it was still trembling. His trembling voice seemed to be contagious. It affected the people around him, causing their hearts to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if they had been stabbed by a sharp knife. An inexplicable panic was suddenly awakened. If you don't want to die, then kill the ghouls and try your best to survive. Chun Xiu's voice suddenly sounded. There was an extreme coldness that penetrated one's soul. His voice carried a shocking might and willpower. This shocking might and willpower shattered the panic that had just risen in everyone's hearts. Actually, this kind of thing was not very suitable for Chun Xiu to do, but there was nothing they could do. Chun Xiu was the strongest here. Moreover, since they had chosen to face the ghouls here, Chun Xiu had to boost everyone's morale. Otherwise, before the ghouls really arrived, their morale would be shaken and they would lose their fighting spirit. Only death would await them. We have no way out. Even if we surrender, the ghouls will not let you go. The leader of the UNG Alliance spoke. His voice was deep and vigorous, containing a strong willpower. Therefore, other than fighting to the death with the ghouls, there is no other way. If we fight to the death, we will most likely die, but at least we will die with dignity. If we surrender or escape and get killed, we will lose all our dignity as humans. If we kill one ghoul, it will be even. If we kill 2 ghouls, it will be a gain. Moreover, if we kill the ghouls, we can obtain their origin essence to improve ourselves and become stronger. We can kill more ghouls. The 3 alliance leaders spoke one after another. Their voices were either deep, resounding, or impassioned. They were all different, but they had one thing in common. They were infectious. A strong influence was contained in their words, incessantly arousing the human dignity in the depths of everyone's hearts. It also stimulated and strengthened the traces of fighting spirit that had been suppressed. Kill. Fight to the death. If we kill one, we will break even. If we kill 2, we will make a profit. I've had enough of these King ghouls. Curses immediately rang out, and the oppressive aura was instantly broken. Everyone's expressions were no longer as grave as before. They seemed to have regained some vitality, and their fighting spirit gradually became stronger. The ghouls' army will arrive in 6 hours. In 6 hours, everyone must adjust your breathing and be prepared for battle, the leader of the UNG Alliance ordered. Everyone's fighting spirit had been awakened. Even though they knew that they would most likely die in this battle, they were still determined and did not hesitate. Because there was no way out. Who was willing to die? Who wanted to die? No one. As long as there was a way out, many people would pursue it. However, there was no way out now. Since there was no way out, they could not throw away their last dignity as humans. Fight! It was nothing more than death. Under the current circumstances, there was no difference between dying sooner or later. Fighting spirit, determination. Chun Xiu's will was incomparably strong. He stood firm and unmoved, as if he was not affected at all. Based on his own strength, he might die in this battle as well. But so what? Would he not fight because he was afraid of dying? No, not only did he have to fight, but he also had to carve out a bloody path in the battle. Chapter 1860. Between the ancient suppression world and the ultimate profundity realm, there was a huge rift valley. The clouds moved, and a group appeared from the rift in an instant. 1, 2, 3, a total of 300 figures. Each figure exuded a powerful aura. They were at least 4-star, and the strongest were 8-star. The aura here is so oppressive. It's ominous. A surprised voice suddenly sounded. It was from one of the people. He had just activated his cultivation method, and was surprised to find that 4 stars had condensed above his head. The others also noticed this and followed suit. In an instant, 4 stars, 5 stars, and even 8 stars appeared. Did something happen in the ultimate profundity realm during this time? One of the 300 people thought. He was from the ultimate profundity sacred palace, and had gone to the ancient suppression world to ask for help under the orders of the ultimate profundity sacred palace master. After a few months, he had finally pulled in a group of reinforcements. Although it was only 300, it was still a powerful force. He didn't know that the ultimate profundity realm had changed so much in just a few months. As the fighting star appeared, an invisible will also entered everyone's consciousness and was received by them. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The battle star was actually a manifestation of one's battle prowess. In this place, killing ghosts would allow one to obtain essence energy to strengthen oneself. The more ghosts one killed, the more the world's karmic luck would favor them, which would be beneficial to one's cultivation in the future. Where are the ghosts? Suddenly, many people rubbed their palms, eager to try. Their eyes were burning, as if the ghosts were prey like demonic beasts. Everyone, the ghosts are very strong and terrifying. You must not underestimate them, the ultimate profundity sacred palace master said with a serious expression. The elder of Taishian's St. Palace said solemnly. Although he didn't know what had happened in Taishian world during this period of time, he had personally experienced the strength of the ghost clan. If one underestimated the ghosts, they would definitely die a horrible death. We will not underestimate the ghosts, nor will we fear them, the ancient suppression saint said loudly. This time, he was the leader. The biggest force in the ancient suppression world was the ancient suppression sacred hall. Its position in the ancient suppression world was the same as the Taishian sacred palace. This time, the great profound holy palace's elder asked for help, directly finding the suppressing ancient sacred hall, explaining the situation, also bringing out the ghost race's corpse as proof. The Zhengu Sacred Hall sent out an order to gather 300 cultivators with at least 4-star battle prowess. They were led by the Zhengu Sacred Sun. In addition to reinforcing the highest profundity realm, he also had plans to cultivate and train the ancient suppression holy child. In the end, it was because the ancient suppression world hadn't truly realized how terrifying the purgatory ghost race was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this and would have been more cautious. The great profound St. Palace Elder's understanding of the Ghost Clan was still a few months ago, so he didn't think it was inappropriate. "Everyone, let's go to the battlefield now," the Elder of the Supreme Profound Holy Palace said loudly. The 300 people immediately set off, quickly moving forward. However, it didn't take long for them to stop with grave expressions. In front of him, there was a vast and terrifying aura spreading out. That aura was made up of countless strands of aura, and every single strand of aura was astonishing and tyrannical. Every single strand of aura was filled with an ominous aura, and it was filled with dense malice. Cold and gloomy, ghastly forest, blazing, domineering. It's the aura of the purgatory ghost race. The Elder of the Supreme Profound Holy Palace Elder said with a grave expression. The purgatory ghost race? The ancient suppression holy child and the other cultivators from the ancient suppression world were all excited and eager to give it a try. In the next moment, they were all stunned. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were extremely shocked. The mighty ghost race army was like a black tide, and it was like a dark cloud that covered the sky, rapidly spreading out from the distant horizon. Looking at their numbers, it wasn't 100 or 1,000, but more than 10,000. In addition to the purgatory ghost race, one could also see strange and disgusting beasts with ghostly faces. The 300 people from the ancient suppression world were all grave and pale because they could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the purgatory ghost race. It was extremely terrifying. "Kill!" The ancient suppression holy child ordered, and everyone attacked. Rays of powerful light shot out from the sky, directly attacking the ghost race army. However, the 300 attacks were like 300 stones thrown into water. They only caused some splashes and ripples, but did not cause any harm to the ghost race army. The damage that such an attack could cause to the ghost race army of tens of thousands was extremely limited. Retreat. Such an attack didn't cause any casualties. The ancient suppression saint child decisively ordered. The 300 people retreated without hesitation. The direction that they were retreating in was the direction of the Great Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley was a natural moat. Once they escaped into it, they could use the environment of the Great Rift Valley to protect themselves. In an instant, a figure covered in golden light flew over from afar, tearing through the sky with an earth-shattering force. The aura was vast and mighty, and it was as bright as the heavens. It was as if it carried the will of the heavenly way of this world, and it was carrying out justice on behalf of the heavens. The golden light was like a raging flame, and it spread out over a radius of 100 meters. Its power was extremely terrifying, and a shocking pressure constantly spread out. It was like a raging sea, surging endlessly. Such power seemed to be able to suppress an entire world. Faced with such power, the ghost race did not stop, but the reinforcements from the ancient suppression world were all stunned. How powerful! That is, the elder of the great mystery holy palace stared at the figure in the golden flames and felt that it was somewhat familiar. It seemed to be the holy son of the great mystery holy palace, but he did not dare to recognize it. After all, the great mystery holy son had entered the great mystery cave previously. The ancient suppression holy child stared at the figure in the golden flames. His intuition told him that this person was one of the 3 holy sons, the great mystery holy son. This time, he had led the reinforcements here with the intention of competing with the great mystery holy son. Over the years, he had worked harder than ever before, and finally, not long ago, he had raised his combat strength to the elite 6-star level. He believed that he would not lose to the great mystery holy son again, and there was even a slight possibility that he could surpass him. However, he did not expect to see the heavenly God of the great mystery holy palace again under such circumstances. Moreover, the power that spread out from the golden flames on heavenly God Gong's body was extremely shocking. This person was heavenly God Gong, who had come out of seclusion. He had come here under the guidance of the will of this world. Boom! As the battle technique of 9 heavens and 10 earths was activated, An extremely powerful battle intent suddenly soared into the sky, causing the golden flames to burn even more fiercely. The shocking power directly repelled the void, turning the surroundings into a vacuum zone. Light became distorted, and it looked as if it was being sucked in and twisted into pieces. 9 golden battle stars suddenly condensed in the golden flames, emitting a shocking light that shone in all directions. 9 star. The reinforcements of the ancient suppression world looked extremely solemn. The ancient suppression holy child looked as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt, and his entire consciousness almost exploded. 9 star. Moreover, all of them were golden. Compared to him, there was no comparison at all. Was the heavenly god of the great mystery, holy palace, really so shocking? He had worked so hard and risked his life. But in the end, not only did he not close the gap, but he was getting further and further away. Compared to him, it was like comparing a mortal to a god. Even the ancient suppression holy child did not have much confidence that he could raise his combat strength to the peak of the 9-star level in the future. An indescribable sense of loss grew in the ancient suppression holy child's heart and gradually spread out. Suddenly, the ancient suppression holy child thought of another person. That person's background was not as good as theirs. At the beginning, he was also not as good as them, but later on, he surpassed them and became the first in the king-naming pagoda. Jiani Chunzong. If the heavenly god of the great mystery holy palace could have such shocking combat strength, then what about Jiani Chunzong? Was he just like the masses, or was he even more powerful and not inferior to heavenly god Gong? For a moment, the ancient suppression holy child only felt that his mind was in a mess, and even he did not know what exactly he was thinking. The light of the 9 golden battle stars was extremely intense. Immediately, the golden light spread and connected with each other, and the golden flames on his body also quickly poured into it. Suddenly, a brown flower appeared. Flower of the extreme realm. Flower of Qi. The flower of Qi, also known as the flower of earth, represented the height that one could reach after raising one's cultivation technique to the extreme. After experiencing the battle with Chunzong, the battle with the Ghost King, and then going into seclusion for a period of time, the blessed heavenly god, Gong, finally raised his cultivation technique to the extreme and condensed his first flower of the extreme realm. Originally, he had planned to condense more flowers of the extreme realm, or at least condense the 3 flowers of essence, Qi, and spirit. When that time came, his combat strength would be raised to the extreme. Not only would he be able to defeat Jiani Chunzong, but he would also not have to worry about the Ghost King. However, his plans could not keep up with the changes. The Purgatory Ghost race had launched a large-scale invasion. Under the influence of this world's consciousness, the heavenly god Gong had no choice but to come out of seclusion. He was the son of Providence and was closely related to this world. If this world was severely damaged, he would also be affected. To put it simply, the heavenly god Gong and this world were now bound together for good or ill. Closely related, the more powerful this world became, the more benefits he would receive, and the more powerful he would become. Heavenly Yuan Holy Child. This was not only a title, but also a symbol. The flower of Qi above the heavenly god Gong's head was actually larger than a wash basin. It was much larger than the Ghost King Jesse's 2 flowers of the extreme realm, which were only the size of a palm. Although this wash basin-sized flower of the extreme realm was only an illusory image and was not solid enough, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. The size of the flower of the extreme realm was closely related to one's extreme realm. If it was larger than a wash basin, it would be many times larger than a palm. The Ghost King of the Ghost Beast tribe looked at the heavenly god Gong and was stunned when he saw the wash basin-sized flower of the extreme realm above his head. His ferocious eyes were filled with astonishment. Such a large flower of the extreme realm was truly astonishing. Only the Ghost Kings of the powerful tribes could condense such a large flower of the extreme realm. Chapter 1861. Dark clouds loomed over Taiji City's territory. Thick malice swept over like an avalanche. Standing on the outer city walls, everyone could already see a large mass of darkness rushing over. It was the Ghost Race Army. They're here. They're here. Everyone, get ready and wait for orders. It was impossible for 1,500 people to fight against the Ghost Race Army that numbered in the tens of thousands, unless all of them had 9-star battle prowess. But that was impossible now. Compared to before, there were more 9-star battle prowess, but there were only about 10 of them. There were 2 reasons why they had to fight against the Ghost Race Army. First, there was no way out. Second, they had to rely on the treasures they obtained from the Void Temple to resist as much as possible. However, the Purgatory Ghosts were different from the Void Demons. Therefore, it was hard to say how effective they would be. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. They could only fight. There are more than 10,000 Purgatory Ghosts. I estimate there are close to 100,000. Everyone's faces paled. The difference between 10,000 and 100,000 was obvious. We have to fight regardless of whether there are 10,000 or 100,000. Get ready. UNG Alliance Master's eyes were cold. His voice rang out. Attack! At his command, rays of light suddenly flashed from the Ghost Race Army's left and right, above and below them. The rays of light were of different colors. They flickered like 7 colors. In just an instant, they spread out like a scroll. 7-colored light filled the air from all directions, extending continuously as if it was about to turn into a cage, trapping the Ghost Clan. Fire! In an instant, 300 giant crossbows shot through the air. The crossbows couldn't be seen. There were only 300 straight streaks across the sky, leaving behind 300 tiny cracks. The Void Demon-slaying crossbows that were fully charged had the power to threaten 9-star battle prowess. It was extremely shocking. After all, the Void Demon's invasion was the strongest in the Void battlefield in the Void Realm. The Void Demon-slaying crossbows were a new type of war weapon that had been developed in recent years. However, while it was powerful, it also meant that it was difficult to make. 300 crossbows were the limit that the various factions in the Void Realm could trade with the Void Temple. The most difficult part of the Void Demon-slaying crossbow was not the crossbow itself, but the crossbow bolts. The craftsmanship of every crossbow arrow was very complicated and required a lot of resources. In other words, due to the difficulty of forging, the price of the crossbow bolts was extremely high. The price to pay was also extremely high. In other words, 300 Void Demon-slaying crossbows could only fire 1 round. After that, they would become mere decorations. He could only hope that the 300 devil-slaying crossbows would be able to kill as many purgatory ghouls as possible. In the blink of an eye, 300 demon-slaying crossbows tore through the sky and shot towards the army of ghosts like 300 auroras. Too fast. The Ghost Clan's army was close to 100,000 in number, forming a huge black mass. Naturally, the Ghost Generals were at the forefront of the army. The upper-level Ghost General's reaction was extremely fast. Facing the demon-slaying crossbow, he could sense the terrifying power contained within it and did not hesitate to dodge. Because if he didn't dodge, he might be severely injured. While the upper-level Ghost General dodged, the middle and lower-level Ghost Generals could not dodge and were hit in an instant. The structure of the demon-slaying crossbow was unique. Not only was it extremely hard and difficult to break, but the tip of the crossbow also contained a unique power that had an unparalleled penetrating power. Once pierced, a trace of terrifying power will be left behind and wreak havoc, destroying the body. From the appearance of the Rainbow Cage, to the suppression of the Ghost Clan army, to the shooting of the 300 demon-slaying crossbows, it took less than a breath's time. The Ghost Clan knew that the humans would definitely counterattack, but they did not expect it to be such a counterattack. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost Generals were pierced through one after another, or had their arms and legs broken. The 2 Ghost Kings of the Ghost Forest tribe, Ghost Forest Jesse and Ghost Forest Jeluo, were also attacked by 2 demon-slaying crossbows. However, as experts at the peak of the demigod realm, although the demon-slaying crossbows were powerful, they were not threatened by them. Without dodging, they struck out instantly. The two extremely powerful demon-slaying crossbows were instantly smashed into pieces. Not only that, but the demon-slaying crossbows around them were also smashed by the two Ghost Kings, saving the rest of the Ghost Clan. Even so, there were still more than 200 demon-slaying crossbows. Each of the demon-slaying crossbows pierced through one Ghost Clan after another. As long as they were hit, regardless of whether they were pierced through or injured, they would be destroyed by the power of the demon-slaying crossbows. The demon-slaying crossbows were weapons of war developed by the mysterious Void Temple. They possessed an extremely powerful power and seemed to be very effective against the Purgatory Ghost Clan. Only the upper-level Ghost Generals could truly resist the power of the demon-slaying crossbows. The middle Ghost Generals were instantly pierced through. As for the lower-level Ghost Generals and Ghost Soldiers, needless to say, they were irresistible. Piercing, piercing, piercing. As the crossbows pierced through, the power contained in each of them was greatly consumed. Finally, when the crossbows were exhausted and stopped, the last trace of power detonated the crossbows. Boom, 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 boom. Beams of terrifying power instantly shot out in all directions from the exploding crossbows. It was like a flash flood or an earthquake. The power of the explosion was so strong that fine cracks appeared in the void around them. The cracks spread rapidly and covered a radius of 100 meters. Once they were affected, even the strong bodies of the Purgatory Ghost Clan would be destroyed and they would die. The 1,500 Ghost Clan members all stared with their eyes wide open as if they were watching a magnificent fireworks show. More than 200 demon-slaying crossbows exploded within the army of the Ghost Clan. The power was extremely terrifying. Each of the crossbows could cover a radius of 100 meters and destroy everything in its path. Even with the strength of the two Ghost Kings, they could only suppress a small number of Ghost Clan members. As such, the army of the Ghost Clan immediately suffered many casualties. Each demon-slaying crossbow pierced through at least 20 to 30 Ghost Clan members, and at most, up to 100 Ghost Clan members. It displayed shocking power and killed thousands of Ghost Clan members. After the explosion, it covered a radius of 100 meters. Although many Ghost Clan members reacted quickly and dodged, some of them were still affected and their strong bodies were destroyed in an instant. More than 10,000 Ghost Clan members were killed. In total, there were more than 20,000 Ghost Clan members dead. It was only one round of attacks from the demon-slaying crossbows, but it had killed more than 20,000 Ghost Clan members. Such a battle record was extremely shocking. If there were a few thousand more demon-slaying crossbows, they might be able to kill all the Ghost Clan members. But that was just wishful thinking. The resources of the various forces in the Void Temple could not even reach 1,000 demon-slaying crossbows, let alone a few thousand. Being able to trade for 300 crossbows this time was already the limit of the Void Temple. In this way, they could already kill nearly 20,000 Purgatory Ghost Clan members in one go. The power was extremely shocking. The 1,500 Ghost Clan members on the city wall were all dumbfounded. The power was so strong. They could only use the word terrifying to describe it. The two Ghost Kings were also astonished. In just one exchange, more than 20,000 Ghost Clan members had died. The loss was not small. It could be said to be disastrous. The human clan had such means. Why hadn't they used it before? Shock. Anger. The 20,000 Ghost Clan members who were killed left behind more than 20,000 strands of origin essence. They flew out of the city and merged into the bodies of the 1,500 Ghost Clan members. The charging of the 300 demon-slaying crossbows was done over and over again by the Ghost Clan members. For a time, some obtained a few strands of origin essence, some obtained more than a dozen strands, and some more. Chun Xiu alone obtained hundreds of strands of origin essence. Unfortunately, these strands of origin essence were useless to him. He could leave them for his true body. After obtaining the strands of origin essence, the Ghost Clan members did not hesitate to refine and absorb part of them to improve their cultivation and combat strength. They left a small portion for backup. The strands of origin essence could not only improve cultivation, but also heal injuries. First, it was the suppression of the seven-colored cage that limited the Ghost Clan's reaction. Then, it was the demon-slaying crossbows that caused more than 20,000 Ghost Clan members to die. Although the casualties were great, it was nothing to the nearly 100,000 Ghost Clan members. At least, they still had more than 70,000 Ghost Clan members left. Kill! The two Ghost Kings roared. Their murderous intent filled the air. The remaining Ghost Clan members regrouped and pushed forward. The horrifying murderous intent wreaked havoc like a destructive tide. Load the crossbows. UNG Alliance Master ordered at once. In an instant, 300 more crossbows were loaded. These were not demon-slaying crossbows. They were just ordinary crossbows that could threaten a 6-star warrior at most. They were also exchanged from the Void Temple, so their value was much lower. However, these crossbows were superior in quantity. After careful calculation, it was the most reasonable trade. Shoot, shoot, shoot. In the first round, they had killed more than 20,000 Ghost Clan members and obtained a lot of origin essence. It was a great motivation for anyone. They were full of motivation as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They kept taking out and loading the crossbows. They did not even need to aim. They just shot. In a short time, they could shoot out 3 crossbows. Each of the bolts carried great power. Even a low-rank Ghost General would be injured if he was hit head-on. Compared to the demon-slaying crossbows, these bolts were much weaker. Even if they hit the Ghost Soldiers, they could only kill one of them. They could not pierce through the Ghost Soldiers, let alone explode. The Ghost Clan members were densely packed. They attacked like a storm. At the same time, Chunzong followed closely behind them. A long sword at the level of a divine instrument could be easily broken. It was not as useful as the Heart Sword Dao Intent. Kill! Chunzong moved like a puff of smoke. He was extremely light and swift. He seemed to be illusory, and he was soundless. He killed with his sword. Coming from behind, one man and one sword could not be resisted at all. Every time he killed a Ghost Clan member, Chunzong would obtain a strand of origin essence, which he used to improve his physique cultivation. As the army advanced, Chunzong's final attack went unnoticed. The two Ghost Kings were furious. Their killing intent covered the sky. However, they only targeted the front. They did not notice the back. They did not think that someone would be bold enough to follow behind them and attack them. He had killed hundreds of ghosts, but they were all at the level of Ghost Soldiers. Their origin essence was unable to significantly improve his body refinement cultivation. In addition, Ghost Soldiers were Ghost Soldiers after all. Ghost Generals were more threatening. Seamless Yin and Yang. Indefinite Void. Chapter 1862. Kill, 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 kill. One after another, the Ghost Generals were killed by Chunzong's sword. None of the Ghost Generals, no matter if they were lower, middle, or upper, could withstand Chunzong's sword. Under the yin-yang seamless body technique, Chunzong moved swiftly and silently like a ghost. In a short period of time, hundreds of Ghost Soldiers and dozens of Ghost Generals died under Chunzong's sword. The origin essence also allowed Chunzong to feel that his body refining cultivation had improved further. However, Chunzong was also exposed. However, this was within his expectations. Chunzong did not panic at all. In front of him was the powerful crossbow arrows that were constantly shooting from the outside of Taiji City. Although they could not kill the Ghost Generals, they could more or less cause some obstruction. Chun Xiu held his sword in front of him and placed the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl close to his chest. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was constantly circulating and absorbing the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl. At the same time, it was also constantly increasing his own cultivation. Chun Xiu was very clear about the actions of the original body, Chunzong. Immediately, Chun Xiu's figure disappeared from the city wall. He had already turned into a gray lightning bolt that tore through the sky and rapidly approached the Ghost Clan army. It looked like a moth flying into a flame. In an instant, Chun Xiu crossed thousands of meters and approached the Ghost Clan army. Even though he was only one person and one sword, he was not afraid. Ghost son Jess noticed Chunzong, who was attacking the Ghost Clan army, and also noticed Chunxiu, who was charging over alone with a sword. Anger. Ghost son Jess was furious. Originally, because of the heavy losses of the Ghost Clan army, his heart was already filled with anger and killing intent. Now that he saw these two humans who had defeated him one after another, it was like adding oil to the fire. That kind of anger was simply indescribable. Killing intent and anger, like the magma of a 1,000-year-old volcano, erupted in an instant. It was extremely dense and turned into a shocking flame that burned on the Ghost King's body. Kill. In the sky above his head, two flowers of extreme state condensed and the Ghost Claw attacked. This attack directly towards Chunxiu. Chunxiu's eyelids twitched slightly, and his body was torn apart. It was an illusion. There were still 9 battle stars above Chunzong's head. The 9 shining golden battle stars were connected to each other, but they did not condense into a flower of extreme, nor did they condense into a blazing sun like Chunzong. In other words, Chunxiu's combat strength was still at the peak of the 9-star level. However, he was still at the peak of the 9-star level and not at the peak of the demigod level. But this time, he was surpassed by his true self. Without the combat power of a demigod, it would be difficult to truly contend against a Ghost King, let alone a Ghost King with 2 flowers of extreme state. Fortunately, the Azura Phantom body had been perfected to the extreme. One of the illusory bodies was killed, but 8 more appeared in an instant and charged toward the army of the Ghost Clan. His true body, however, was erratic. Jieluo, kill them! Ghost son Jess roared. Last time, he was the only one who suffered a great loss. This time, there was Jieluo. Jieluo's strength was much stronger than his. At the same time, Chunxiu's true body charged into the army of the Ghost Clan, while Chunzong charged forward. The 2 sides instantly came into contact. The moment they came into contact, the essence of the Ghost Clan's origin that Chunxiu obtained rushed into Chunzong's body. There were hundreds, almost 1,000 strands. The essence of the Ghost Clan's origin was enough to further improve Chunzong's body refinement and make him even stronger. His true self met up with his doppelganger and immediately went on a killing spree, killing almost 10 more ghost generals. Spoiler: Chunzong and Chunxiu were like 2 spoilers who directly disrupted the arrangement of the Ghost Clan's army. That's Jiandi. Jiandi actually killed its way into the Ghost Clan's army. For a moment, everyone on the city wall stared with their eyes wide open in shock. No wonder Lord Jiandi and Lord Sword Demon are brothers. They're really powerful. For a moment, while everyone was shocked, they were also motivated to fight. Crossbow bolts shot out continuously, killing the ghost soldiers one after another. For a moment, the Ghost Clan's army advanced. Although they had not killed a single human, they had already suffered significant losses. This made the 2 Ghost Kings even more furious. Immediately, the ghosts around Chunzong and Chunxiu dispersed, and the 2 Ghost Kings personally attacked. However, both Chunzong and Chunxiu were extremely agile. One used the yin-yang seamless body technique, while the other used the Azura apparition and charged into the Ghost Clan's army again. While killing the ghosts, they used the ghosts as cover. Their powerful combat strength allowed Chunzong and Chunxiu to move like fish in water within the Ghost Clan's army. Their agile body techniques also prevented them from being heavily surrounded, allowing them to advance and retreat freely. Unless the Ghost Clan could set up a battle formation like the humans, it would not be easy to surround Chunzong and Chunxiu. Of course, Chunzong and Chunxiu could not cause significant damage to the ghosts while constantly moving around. They could only kill some ghosts along the way. Chunzong could feel that as he continued to refine the Ghost Clan's origin essence, his body refining cultivation had improved once again. His entire body was filled with powerful strength. Every muscle, every tendon, every meridian, every muscle was pulsating and becoming tighter. Anger. Extreme anger. Extreme anger. Jesse turned into a ray of black light and charged towards Chunxiu. His ghost claw tore through the air, tearing the world apart. The ghost claw swept across the sky, and black light filled the air. Shocking, murderous intent tore through the world. Jesse, who was in a rage, seemed to have lost his mind. He no longer cared about the lives of the ghosts and attacked together with Qinxiu. The ghosts quickly retreated, but some who could not retreat in time were affected. Their bodies were instantly torn apart by the ghost claw, and they died immediately. However, the ghosts around Qinzong made a different choice. They rushed towards Qinzong directly. A black mass of ghosts piled up from all directions, as if they were seeking their own deaths. Jie Luo of Ghost Forest also made his move. Jesse's weapon was a pair of claws, while Jesse's weapon was a pitch-black giant axe. The handle of the giant axe was slightly bent, like a naturally bent tree branch. The blade of the axe was huge, more than a meter long. The back of the axe was thick and heavy. It looked like it was extremely heavy, but in the hands of the Ghost King, it was as light as a feather. Above Jesse's head, there were two flowers of extreme state. One was blood red, and the other was brown. Both flowers of extreme state were palm-sized, but they were very solid. This meant that Jesse's combat strength was even greater than the other Ghost Kings. Slash. In just an instant, Gue Sung Jie Luo waved his giant axe and chopped down. The giant axe was so violent that it tore apart the void in an instant, creating a terrifying spatial crack as it silently chopped down. The ghost generals paid the price with their lives. They charged towards Qinzong, surrounding him with all their might. It was all for the sake of letting Jie Luo slash out with his axe, directly hitting and killing him. Their hair stood on end. Jesse's combat strength was much greater than the other Ghost Kings. When the axe fell, Qinzong's hair stood on end. Seamless yin and yang, indefinite illusory and corporeal. To kill the ghost generals that surrounded him, Qinzong immediately used his movement technique to the extreme. In an instant, his body turned from corporeal to corporeal. A group of ghost generals could not truly surround Qinzong, even if they paid the price with their lives. This was the difference between their levels. How could a group of ants surround an elephant? An elephant could trample many ants to death with a single step, and it would be difficult for the ants to catch up. Of course, the difference between the ghost generals and Qinzong was not that big, but it was not small either. The moment Qinzong turned from corporeal to corporeal, his body was also slashed by the Ghost King's axe. A terrifying spatial crack appeared where he was. It was a shocking sight, and it emitted a terrifying power that swallowed up the ghost generals who could not dodge in time. Qinzong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The axe's power was too terrifying. If he was hit, he would definitely die. As for facing it head-on, Qinzong was not very confident. Qinxiu was targeted by the Ghost Forest Jesse, while Qinzong was targeted by the Ghost Forest Jesse. The pressure from the two Ghost Kings was very obvious. As for the other ghosts, they all charged toward the outer city of Taiji City. They're here. UNG Alliance Leader, Xiankong Alliance Leader, Sanctuary Alliance Leader, and other 9-star experts stood in a row at the front. They could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the ghost army charging toward them. The wind and clouds surged, and the mountains and seas were overturned. Although more than 20,000 of them had been killed, and they were scattered for a while, the Purgatory Ghosts were indeed a fighting race. Without Qinzong and Qinxiu's destruction, they quickly regrouped and charged in formation. The crossbow bolts continued to shoot out. However, the Ghost Clan army was getting closer. They only needed 2 breaths of time to reach the outer city. Then they would destroy the outer city like a torrent of steel, along with the cultivators in the outer city. The difference between more than 1,000 people and tens of thousands of people was too great. Moreover, the cultivators did not have any advantage in terms of individual combat power. 7-colored barrier, the Sanctuary Alliance leader roared. In an instant, a 7-colored light flickered on the outer city. Strands of light gathered like flowing water. 1 breath's time. There was only 1 breath's time left before the ghost army charged toward them. Every ghost's ferocious face was ferocious. Their eyes were red, and they were filled with shocking killing intent. As the seven-colored light flickered, it quickly gathered and finally condensed into strange hexagons one after another. Each hexagon was connected to each other and spread out rapidly like a picture scroll, blocking the outer city and in front of everyone. At the same time, the ghost army charged at full speed. Every ghost raised the weapon in their hands and charged forward with all their strength. Boom! The charge of thousands of soldiers and horses was extremely terrifying, but they all crashed into the hexagonal barrier that flickered with seven-colored light. The barrier seemed to be extremely tough, and it caved in toward the cultivators. The seven-colored light flickered wildly, and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. Every cultivator stared with their eyes wide open. They were extremely nervous. Whether the seven-color barrier could stop the ghost army's charge was extremely crucial. It would affect the battle later. If it could not stop the ghost army, they would not be able to do anything in front of the ghost army. They would be drowned by the ghost army in an instant, and they would all be killed in a short time. Even a 9-star powerhouse would not be able to survive the attack. Hang in there. Chapter 1863. Oh no, little rice dumpling sword is broken again. Give me a monthly ticket to buy a new sword. The Rainbow Barrier. This was a special combination of a seal and a formation that the Void Temple had spent a lot of resources to trade for from the mysterious Void Temple. Once it was set up and activated, it could release an amazing power to defend against strong attacks. If they did not gather the resources of the three alliances, they would not have been able to trade for it from the Void Temple. It could be said that the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow was the first step for the Human Cultivators Alliance to deal with the Purgatory Ghost Clan, and the Rainbow Barrier was the last step. Since the Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow had worked, it gave everyone great confidence. They also hoped that the Rainbow Barrier would work and block the Ghost Clan army's attack. Kill! At the command, 1,500 cultivators immediately mustered all their strength and attacked. They did not show any mercy. The Rainbow Barrier unleashed its strongest power and blocked the Ghost Clan army's attack. The cultivators also took the opportunity to attack the ghosts with all their might. They killed hundreds of ghosts in an instant. Kill! 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 They continuously unleashed their powerful power and attacked while the Ghost Clan army was blocked. They killed more than 1,000 ghosts in an instant. The Rainbow Barrier seemed to have reached its limit and started to rebound. Boom! In an instant, the Rainbow Barrier became violent. It flickered continuously and suddenly bounced back. Immediately, all the ghosts in the front were bounced back and collided with the other ghosts behind them. The ghosts in the back were bounced back. For a moment, those who could not react in time crashed into each other. Their tendons and bones were broken, and blood splattered everywhere. The more serious ones even died. In an instant, the Ghost Clan army was scattered. We did it! The cultivators were overjoyed. The origin of the Void Temple was very mysterious. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. After it appeared, it never participated in the conflicts between the various forces. There had been forces that wanted to attack the Void Temple, but they were destroyed in the end. This made people know that the Void Temple was not to be offended. It was a very terrifying existence. Thus, the Void Temple became more and more mysterious in the eyes of the cultivators in the Tianyuan sacred territory. The Void Demon-Slaying Crossbow had proven its power. Now, the Rainbow Barrier had also begun to prove its power. This made everyone more confident. Relying on the defense of the seven-colored barrier, the human cultivators continued to attack and became more and more motivated. When a ghost was killed, their origin essence would appear and be absorbed by the cultivator to recover their cultivation and provide them with the power to attack again. With the help of the Rainbow Barrier, the human race was able to block the ghost race's assault for a while. However, due to the disparity in numbers, it was unknown how long the seven-colored barrier could last. They could only take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many ghosts as possible and weaken their military power and strength. Once the seven-colored barrier was broken, over 1,000 human cultivators will be defenseless before the Ghost Clan army. At that time, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would be defeated and killed. However, one was enough to break even. Killing 2 was a profit, and killing 10 was a huge profit. Now, the total number of ghosts that they had killed was close to 30,000. Now that things had calmed down, everyone had profited greatly. After obtaining a large amount of Ghost Clan origin essence, everyone's battle prowess had increased by quite a bit. On the other side, Ghost Son Jesse was constantly chasing after Chinxiu. Chinxiu's battle prowess had not reached the level of a demigod, and it was difficult for him to fight head-on. He could only use the Azura apparition continuously. 9 apparitions and 1 real body. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. They attacked Ghost Son Jesse from all directions. The apparitions were constantly defeated, and the real body was constantly switching between the apparitions. His movement technique was extremely brilliant, and Ghost Son Jesse could not hit him for a while. Anger. Ghost Son Jesse was furious. Ever since he met this human, he had never felt good. It was the same before, and it was the same now. Ghost Son Jesse waved his claws continuously, tearing the surroundings apart, and terrifying cracks appeared on the Kong family. The astral winds roared endlessly, and the destructive aura was extremely shocking. Chinxiu's apparition collapsed and disappeared in an instant. The real body was constantly switching between the apparitions, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Evil Shadow. The sword light was extremely fast, and it hit Ghost Son Jesse's body, but it was blocked by the armor. It only pierced through the armor, but it could not really pierce Ghost Son Jesse's body. Another point was that the Nirvana Evil Sword had not recovered to the level where it could really affect a Ghost King. If not, as long as he took a risk and injured Ghost Son Jesse, he could use the Nirvana Evil Sword to devour his life force and slowly exhaust him to death. As of now, if the Nirvana Evil Sword wanted to have the power to threaten a Ghost King, it would need to devour a lot of life force. It would be best if it was the life force of the Void Demon, as that was undoubtedly the most suitable source for the Nirvana Evil Sword to recover its power. Circling. Chinxiu kept circling with Ghost Son Jesse, and at the same time, he was also using the pressure brought by Ghost Son Jesse to train himself. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique kept circulating, and the power of the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl was also constantly being absorbed and refined. At the same time, Chinxiu was recovering the power that he had consumed, and, at the same time, increasing the cultivation speed of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique bit by bit. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, with the name of battle technique, it explained the nature of this cultivation technique. That was battle. Breakthrough in battle. Since it was a battle, of course, it had to be a battle with enough intensity and pressure. Chinxiu had already made up his mind. This time, even if the Ghost Tribe did not attack, he planned to take the initiative to attack, find a Ghost King to battle, and use the power of the Ghost King to suppress himself and stimulate his potential so that he could break through the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique in a shorter period of time and raise the level of the cultivation technique. Once the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was raised to the 5th level, his cultivation would increase greatly, and the power of his Divine Fiend fighting power would also increase greatly. At that time, his fighting power might even reach the level of a demigod. Chinxiu kept circling with Ghost Son Jesse, while Chinzong fought with the stronger Ghost Son Jesse. Jesse's fighting power was much higher than Jesse's, at least more than 50%. The fighting power of a Ghost King was more than 50%, and it was undoubtedly very scary. Every time the giant axe slashed out, it released a terrifying power. After a probing collision, Chinzong immediately understood that this Ghost King's power was even more condensed than the other Ghost King, making it even more difficult to deal with. The power of this Ghost King was too strong. Even if Chinzong's cultivation had increased greatly, he still could not compare to it. Moreover, this Ghost King's fighting power was amazing. The giant axe in his hand seemed to be very light, and he could slash out hundreds of axe shadows in an instant. Each shadow had a terrifying power, and it tore through the void. Too strong. Shenzong's face was serious. If this continued, he would not be able to do anything to the other Ghost King, and Qinxiu would not be able to do anything to the other Ghost King. If the seven-colored barrier of the human cultivators was broken, they would not be able to withstand the attack of the Ghost Tribe army. Then, he would use all his strength and risk his life to see if he could kill this Ghost King. At the very least, he had to severely injure it and force it to retreat. Lesser Royal Divine Weapon. In an instant, 6 rays of black light appeared around Chunzong's body. Golden light also spread out from his body. That was the unbreakable golden body. Close in, sword out. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong performed the 3 ultimate moves of the sword with Sword Stream. The sword radiance was as bright as the sun in the void. Then it exploded and turned into a shocking vacuum crack. In an instant, it blasted toward Ghost Forest Jieluo. The powerful Ghost Forest Jieluo had no intention of dodging. His face was full of ferocious laughter. He raised his giant axe high, and a terrifying power condensed on the axe. Chop! It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Royal Divine Weapon. In an instant, the 6 lesser Royal Divine Weapons, under the control of Chunzong, immediately drew an arc. But their speed was faster than a straight line, and the angle was more tricky. Attack break. The 6 lesser Royal Divine Weapons instantly merged into an even larger ray of black light. It directly tore a long and ferocious crack in the void, and with great power, it mercilessly blasted toward Ghost Forest Jieluo's head from the side. Following, that was the most powerful attack. Chunzong's expression was solemn. His pupils contracted to the size of needles, and all of his Taichu sword origin was mobilized. The power of the sword will of the heart was fully unleashed. This was the most powerful attack, and also the most powerful one. Vacuum. Death cut. The sword radiance shone to the extreme, like an exploding sun. The light that burst out instantly lit up the entire battlefield. Kill. Chunzong wanted to kill the Ghost King. Even if he couldn't kill him, he wanted to severely injure him. Otherwise, even if he had a good result now, the human clan would be defeated sooner or later. The result of the defeat would be that the human clan in Taiji City would be slaughtered and devoured. There was no turning back. First was the 3 ultimate moves of the sword will Sword Stream, followed by the Royal Divine Attack, and finally the Death Cut of the Vacuum. Each attack was more powerful than the last. The Ghost King was suddenly faced with a powerful attack. No matter which attack it was, it had the power to injure it. As the giant axe fell, the power of the 3 moves of the Will Sword Stream immediately trembled and dissipated. The moment the giant axe bounced up, it immediately drew an extremely stunning arc. Under the arc, there was a pitch-black darkness that made one's heart palpitate. In an instant, it was as if they had entered a silent world. The giant axe and the Royal Divine Attack collided. Chunzong only felt his consciousness tremble. In his spirit sea, a terrible storm raged. It was turbulent, and his head felt like it was about to be torn apart. But in an instant, Chunzong activated the state of freedom and ignored the turbulence in his spirit sea. He was absolutely calm, and the Death Cut of the Vacuum mercilessly attacked the Ghost King. Hit! In an instant, the terrifying sword radiance hit Jieluo of the Ghost Forest, immediately splitting open the armor on his chest. Like a hot knife through butter, the sword radiance cleaved open the chest covered by the armor, leaving a shocking sword scar. Severe injury. In an instant, the Ghost King was severely injured by Chunzong. However, the giant axe was raised high. The Ghost King's horn flashed red, and the axe blade was suffused with a blazing red light. Ghost King Annihilation Cut. Cut. The axe carried with it a terrifying power that could cut open a natural chasm. The surroundings were suppressed, and Chunzong could not dodge at all. He could not even use the yin-yang seamless body technique. Then, he could only defend. Yin-yang sword wheel. But in the instant of contact, an indescribably fierce force shattered the sword wheel. He did not even have time to use the reversal of heaven and earth. The long sword formed by the sword will of the heart sword swung and collided with the giant axe. Chapter 1864. Not only the sword, but also the head. Don't tell me you won't vote for the little dumpling's strength? Cracks appeared, and the cracking sound was faint, but to Chunzong, it was like thunder. The cracks on the heart's sword dowel will spread all over the sword in the blink of an eye. More cracks appeared, covering every part of the sword. Shattered. The heart's sword dowel will shattered. The moment it shattered, Chunzong felt cracks appear on his spirit's sea, as if it was about to shatter. Intense pain swept over him, as if his soul was being torn apart. It was as if his entire soul was being torn apart. Even his mind and body were being torn apart, completely torn apart. The heart sword dowel was comprehended by Chunzong. It was closely related to his soul, consciousness, and mind. Once injured, his soul, consciousness, and so on would also be affected. In serious cases, it might even shatter. This was a fatal injury, more than 10 times more serious than physical damage. The intense pain directly shattered Chunzong's realm of freedom. He could not maintain it. His head seemed to explode, and his spirit's sea was filled with countless cracks. His soul seemed to be cut by invisible blades, and he could not maintain his composure. Even bewildering light island lost its connection. In other words, Chunzong could not use this trump card to leave. The Ghost King, who was hit by Chunzong's absolute vacuum slash, had a slash across his chest. Even his sternum was broken, and the slash went all the way to his back. The power of the absolute vacuum slash was unimaginable. If it were an ultimate human demigod, such a slash would be enough to kill him. However, the Purgatory Ghost King's body was tough, and his vitality was incomparably tenacious. He did not die immediately, and even counterattacked in an instant, slashing out a terrifying attack that contained the light of destruction. That power was even stronger than the absolute vacuum slash. Otherwise, it would not be able to shatter the heart sword dowel will. Even so, this injury was very serious. If it was not treated in time, he would probably die on the spot. Without hesitation, the Purgatory Ghost King mobilized his power and opened a small Purgatory Ghost Gate. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The miniature Purgatory Ghost Gate behind the Purgatory Ghost King continued to solidify. It looked like it would be fully solidified in a few breaths' time. At that time, the Purgatory Ghost King would be able to use the miniature Purgatory Ghost Gate to absorb the power of the Purgatory Ghost Realm and recover from his injuries. Once his injuries recovered, it would be the time of Chunzong's death. Even now, Chunzong was on the verge of death. Now that the Tao intent of the heart sword had reached 100% perfection, its connection with one's soul and consciousness had become even more intimate. When it shattered, it would affect one's consciousness and soul. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to shatter, and cracks appeared on his soul. It was a ghastly sight, excruciating pain, out of control. Chunzong could no longer maintain his balance. His whole body swayed a few thousand meters in the air. Then, he fell headfirst and fell rapidly. Even with Chunzong's strong physique, he would not be able to resist falling from a height of thousands of meters without any protection. Coupled with the injury to his soul, he would most likely die. This scene caused everyone to fall into despair. Genie Chunzong. This was a symbol. If he died here, it would be an indescribable blow to everyone. Chunxiu was anxious. Although Chunzong's clone would not be affected if he died, and would replace the original body could not die no matter what. Azura, Phantom Body. The 9 phantoms rushed towards Jesse, while the original body rushed towards Chunzong at an astonishing speed. At least, he had to catch Chunzong. Stop right there. Jesse was in an incomparably good mood. The human was about to die. This feeling was very, very good. No matter what, it could not be destroyed. He unleashed all his strength. Thousands of ghost claws covered the sky, and the 9 phantoms were torn apart in an instant. Jesse's figure flashed, and his claw slashed across the sky. This attack was shockingly powerful. If he did not dodge, he would be hit. At that time, this clone would also die. Dodge. As soon as he dodged, the time was delayed again. Chinzong seemed to have lost his consciousness. His body fell upside down, and he was only 2,000 meters away from the ground. The distance of 2,000 meters was actually very short. It was estimated that he would fall completely in about 10 breaths, and there was more than a 70% chance that he would die. Jesse unleashed all his strength, and his ghost claws continued to attack. His purpose was to prevent Qinxiu from helping Qinzong. Suddenly, Jesse's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. He realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. Why did he have to stop this person? He just needed to be faster. The claw shadows contracted, and Jesse immediately burst out with an astonishing speed, crossing the void and rushing towards the falling Qinzong. The claw shadows condensed into a cold light, silently tearing the void. Extremely fast, the distance of tens of thousands of meters could be crossed in an instant. In a situation where he was almost unconscious, Qinzong could not dodge at all. Once he was hit, his body would be torn into two in an instant, and he would die completely. The place where Qinzong and Jesse fought was far away from the place where Qinzong and Jesse fought. It was at least tens of thousands of meters away, so that they would not interfere with each other. Crisis. An intense and unprecedented crisis lingered in Qinzong's heart and erupted crazily. The cracks on his soul were all over, like a porcelain that had been hit. It was barely maintaining a shape. It seemed that with a little external impact, it would really break. Once the soul was really broken, it would collapse and die. There was no way to escape death. At that time, even God would not be able to save him. His consciousness was also on the verge of collapse. It was like a candle flame in the wind, being blown by a gust of wind, swaying and becoming weak, almost extinguished. But in an instant, the extremely shocking and bone-chilling murderous intent rushed over, causing the candle flame to suddenly tremble. Not only did it resist the attack of the gust of wind, but it did not extinguish. Instead, it burned more vigorously. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Tenacious, tenacious. Even if he was on the verge of despair, Qinzong did not give up. He sought a glimmer of hope in the desperate situation. No matter what, as long as he was still alive, as long as he had a breath, as long as he had a little bit of consciousness, no matter how blurry it was, he could not give up. He had to hold on. Live. He had to live. This was Qinzong's astonishing will to live. It was erupting. However, the heart sword Dao will was broken, and his soul was full of cracks. This kind of injury was extremely serious. No matter how strong Qinzong's will to live was, he could not completely react in time. Dodge. No matter what, he had to dodge this fatal blow. The black claw light was like a long knife cutting through the air. At that moment, Qinzong used the last bit of consciousness he had left to stimulate an unparalleled, desperate will. His falling body paused for a moment. This pause didn't even last for a tenth of a breath's time. However, it just so happened that the claw light shot past his body. That less than 1/10 of a breath was the difference between life and death. As if he had lost all his strength, Qinzong's body fell again. Ghost Son Jesse was slightly startled. He didn't expect that his fatal blow would be dodged under such circumstances. However, even if he could avoid one blow, could he avoid two? Anger. Violent anger. Extreme anger. On Qinxiu's body, gray light and flames were burning, turning into a gray armor that seemed to grow out of his body. Raging Shura. His dignity was seriously damaged, and he was on the verge of death. This greatly stimulated the anger in Qinxiu's heart. His anger soared, and in an instant, he stimulated the raging Shura form, and his battle strength soared. 9 golden stars condensed into a golden sun in an instant. The sunlight shone in all directions, and it was extremely shocking and dazzling. Boom! Qinxiu's speed in the raging Shura form was more than doubled. His figure moved, and he turned into a gray light that broke through the air. Countless dark cracks appeared where he was standing. Power. Extremely powerful power surged in his body, as if it contained volcanoes that kept erupting. He had to vent it, or else he would feel like he was going to explode. The Nirvana evil sword became wider and longer. It was filled with shocking power. Slash! As the sword slashed down, the void trembled and crumbled. It was as if Chun Xiu was not wielding a sword, but a giant hammer that shattered the void. Ghost Sun Jace's expression changed drastically. This sword was enough to threaten him. If he was hit, he would definitely be injured. Dodge! Unexpectedly, Chun Xiu's sword was not only powerful, but its speed was also shocking. It continuously attacked, forcing Ghost Sun Jace to dodge continuously, unable to counterattack. At this time, Ghost Sun Jace had opened a small Purgatory Ghost Gate and used the power of the Purgatory Ghost Gate to recover his body. The shocking sword wound on his chest that went all the way to his back was quickly recovering. Not long after, the injury was healed, and so was the armor. The energy that was consumed in the previous battle was also recovered to the extreme. Kill! Ghost Sun Jace attacked again, and he attacked Chunzong, who was still falling. A gray light flashed, and like a thunderbolt, Chun Xiu's sword arrived and blocked Ghost Sun Jace's attack. 1 against 2. The fierce battle continued. Chun Xiu, in his raging Azura form, completely blocked Ghost Sun Jace and Ghost Sun Jace with a sword in his hand, preventing them from attacking Chunzong. But at the same time, Chun Xiu could not divert his attention to catch Chunzong. The pressure from the two Ghost Kings was too strong, and it almost suffocated him. Now he could only block the two Ghost Kings' crazy attacks, and he could only hope that his original body could wake up and save himself. Every time Chun Xiu slashed out with his sword, the void would be shattered. The power was terrifying, and when the two Ghost Kings attacked, the power was also terrifying. Cracks appeared in the space around them, and it was pitch black. The wind roared, and the thunder shook the world. It was filled with a shocking, destructive aura, as if it was going to destroy everything. The area within 1,000 meters had become a desolate area. Once someone below the peak of the demigod realm got close, even a 9-star expert would be severely injured or even die on the spot. Time passed, and Chunzong was still falling. He was getting closer and closer to the ground. His head was facing down, and below him was an extremely hard rock with fine sand sticking out of the ground. Chapter 1865. Little Rice Dumpling, I'm not dead. Are you guys disappointed or happy? 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. When Chunzong was 2,000 meters away from the ground, Jesse launched a fatal attack, but Chunzong dodged it with his strong willpower. Chun Xiu was furious and activated the raging Azura form. Jesse recovered from his injuries and attacked again. Chun Xiu, who was under the raging Azura, was fighting against two Ghost Kings at the same time. He was holding back the two Ghost Kings, Jesse and Jieluo, so that they couldn't kill Chunzong. However, they were also holding back Chunzong. Everything happened too fast. In less than 10 breaths of time, there were so many changes that everyone almost fainted. 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. Chunzong struggled to open his eyes. He could see that the rock below him was extremely hard, and it seemed to be shining with a layer of metal. Will I die? Chunzong could not help but ask himself. Images seemed to flash through his mind. There was a small lake, rippling under the moonlight. Every day at dawn, a young man would wake up early and go out to train himself with his strong willpower. That year, a stream of light fell from the sky and fell into the young man's head. From then on, his meridians were cleansed, and he was reborn. He made up for his lack of chi and blood, and he truly started the path of cultivation. His sword skills improved. That piece of land was left with the young man's footprints. He walked from the small town to the city, and from the small town to the big city. Step by step, he was lonely, but he was extremely determined. That long sword, the sword light, was as quiet as water, and it stunned the world, leaving behind countless exclamations and legends. Images unfolded like a scroll. Faces, happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy flashed before his eyes. They were his family, friends, and enemies. Was this the final radiance of the setting sun? It was said that people who were about to die would recall their past before they died. Was he going to die? No, he could not die. He could not die. He still had to go back and see his family and friends. He still had to enter the void of the universe and truly feel the vastness of the universe. He had to challenge more geniuses and reach a higher level. He absolutely could not die like this. In an instant, an even stronger will to live erupted from the deepest part of his body. It was a power that belonged to the heart. It was a power that truly belonged to the deepest part of the soul. It wasn't his mind, nor was it his will. Instead, it was a mysterious desire that came from the deepest part of his heart. Live on. No matter what, he had to survive. Not only did he have to survive, but he also had to grasp even greater power. After returning to the eastern continent of Blue Wave's world, he would take a look at his father, his little sister, his clan elder sister, the places where he had worked hard and struggled, and the people who had helped him. After that, he would have to venture into the void of the universe to see the wider world and more powerful opponents. The premise was that he had to live and live well. Bang, bang, bang. As this extremely strong desire grew from the depths of his heart, which had been gradually weakening, seemed to have been injected with a new force. His heartbeat became strong again. With every heartbeat, Chunzong's body seemed to be injected with a new force. Vitality and vitality seemed to be growing and spreading in his body little by little. The trace of destiny of the eternal battle fort glowed faintly. The clear light of destiny of this side of the world also swayed endlessly in an instant. Like ripples in water, it became clearer and deeper. Immediately, traces of invisible and colorless energy gathered from all directions. It seemed to be vitality, but it also seemed to be not. It continuously poured into Chunzong's body. After receiving this invisible energy, Chunzong only felt that the vitality in his body was becoming more and more vigorous. The injuries on his body were also gradually recovering. His broken bones and broken arms were also covered by a cool aura and quickly recovered. Recovery. His body was recovering vitality at an astonishing speed. This energy was the energy of this side of the world. Under the astonishing will to live, some kind of mystery seemed to have been activated. It also attracted the energy of this side of the world to continuously pour into Chunzong's body. How profound and unfathomable was the power of the world. Even an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse would not be able to activate it directly. However, Chunzong did it. Under the astonishing will to live, under the incomparably strong desire from the deepest part of his heart, and with the help of the trace of destiny of the eternal battle fort and the energy of this side of the world, he finally activated the energy of this side of the world and poured it into his body to rapidly recover his injuries. Chunzong was surprised to find that not only were the injuries on his body recovering, but even the cracks on his soul were rapidly healed with the infusion of the energy of the world. This was not only on the surface, but also on the inside. Recovery. The injuries on his body and soul were both healing. In an instant, Chunzong's body paused slightly. He was still 100 meters away from the ground, but he was still standing in the air. He stopped. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In less than 10 breaths of time, Chunzong's injuries on his body were completely healed. The injuries on his soul were also 50% healed. At this speed, he would only need 10 more breaths of time to fully recover from the injuries on his soul. As the injuries on his soul healed, the cracks on the edge of his divine sea also disappeared. Even though the heart sword Tao intent had shattered, his injuries on his body, especially the injuries on his soul and divine sea, had recovered. It was a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Even though he had lost the heart sword Tao intent, he still had the yin yang Tao intent and the fused wind, fire, and thunder Tao intent. He still had extraordinary potential. Although his strength would decrease in a short period of time, he would definitely recover and even surpass himself if he continued to cultivate. Chunzong was confident about this. However, it was still a pity. Sword Dao. After all, he practiced the sword. There was a big difference between having and not having Sword Dao. He had used the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique with great difficulty to raise the heart Sword Dao intent from the middle level to the top level. After that, he had continuously sharpened it and raised it to 100% perfection. It was really a pity that it had shattered and disappeared like this. Suddenly, Chunzong's heart seemed to beat uncontrollably. An indescribable understanding suddenly grew from the deepest part of his heart. It was like a seed that sprouted, quickly breaking out of the ground and growing. His heart beat faster than usual and surpassed the limit. It was as if it was going to jump out of his chest. It was as if the violent heartbeat reverberated between heaven and earth. The 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique has forged the heart Sword Dao intent to 100% perfection. What if there is a 4th tribulation? It was a sudden thought. It was a sudden thought, but it was so sudden and so tempting. If there is no 4th tribulation, I will create one. This 4th tribulation should be the shattering tribulation. Without shattering, there can be no construction. After shattering, there can be construction. Peak Dao intent, shattering before construction. It should be supreme. His consciousness became clearer and more condensed, as if he had the help of the gods. The heart Sword Dao intent is closely related to my heart. This is Sword Dao intent. If there is a sword in my heart, then there is a sword. My heart is like a sword. My intent is like a sword. As long as there is a sword in my heart, and my sword heart is unbroken, the Sword Dao will exist. It is unbreakable and indestructible. Chunzong's eyes shone brightly, as if they were condensed into an extreme sword light that could pierce through the sun, moon, and heaven and earth. Rumble. There seemed to be divine lightning that split the heavens and earth apart in the sky. The mighty momentum spread out in all directions, and the rumbling shook the heavens and the earth. The sound was deafening and seemed to contain some kind of supreme principle. Traces of faintly discernible Dao aura filled the air and drifted out. It seemed to come from the distant universe or the depths of the void. It was faintly discernible like the chanting of a god, and it interpreted the infinite profundities of the Dao of heaven and earth. It was like the sound of the ancient Dao resounding through the heavens and the earth, and it spread out in all directions. The sound was faintly discernible. It was sometimes loud and sometimes low, and it had a unique rhythm. It seemed to come from the outside world, but it also seemed to come from the depths of everyone's hearts. Then, a huge crack seemed to be silently torn open in the sky. It was 10,000 meters long, but it was not black. Instead, it was filled with a 9-colored luster. It rippled like the ripples of a lake, and there was an extreme profoundness and mystery to it. For a moment, everyone stopped fighting and looked up at the 9-colored, 10,000-meter-long lake in the sky. It was as if there were endless mysteries contained within. At the same time, everyone's hearts were filled with doubts. They did not know what it was. Then, spots of light as goose feathers, fell from a 9-colored lake and drifted down. They were 9-colored flowers. The 9-colored flowers seemed to be weightless, but they emitted an indescribable fragrance. The fragrance seemed to be very rich, so rich that it was almost intoxicating. However, when one sniffed it seriously, it was difficult to smell it. It seemed to become very light. Chunzong looked up at the falling 9-colored heavenly flowers. His heart was calm, and there was only a surge of power that kept emerging from the depths of his heart. Then, the 9-colored heavenly flowers fell. They seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force and drifted toward Chunzong. They entered Chunzong's head from the top of his head and went straight into his divine sea. Bloom. In Chunzong's divine sea, the 9-colored heavenly flowers bloomed one after another, releasing dazzling 9-colored brilliance that illuminated all directions. As the 9-colored heavenly flowers continued to fall, the brilliance became denser and denser until it completely filled the divine sea. Unparalleled power surged within the deity ocean. Indescribable mysteries reverberated within the deity ocean. His soul, which had been damaged by 30%, recovered in an instant. It was completely healed and seemed to be even more resilient. The ancient heavenly voice of the way continued to enter Chun Zong's divine sea. It was like an ancient god was chanting and praying. Chun Zong was greatly moved. The enlightenment in his heart also increased by more than 10 times in an instant. Endless mysteries appeared, and his heart grew stronger. An illusory sword shadow quietly condensed in the divine sea that was filled with 9-colored brilliance. Heart Sword Dao will. No, it was not as simple as the Heart Sword Dao will from before. Although it had just been condensed and was not as powerful as the original Heart Sword Dao will, an indescribable power was buried deep within, dormant. It was like a true dragon temporarily hibernating in the abyss, ready to soar into the sky. As the sword shadow condensed, Chun Zong felt that his heart seemed to become more resilient. There was a faint sharpness that unexpectedly grew. Condense. Chapter 1866. The Dominator of the Six Paths is so lazy. He actually used the name of a scroll as the title of a chapter. Ancient Path Heavenly Melody, 9-colored Heavenly Lake, 9-colored Heavenly Flower. The strange phenomenon was earth-shattering. Everyone was stunned, regardless of whether they were from the ghost race or the human race. The human race was ecstatic, while the ghost race was furious. How could this be? Although they did not know what this strange phenomenon meant, it was definitely not a good thing for the ghost race. The human race who was supposed to be dead, was now wrapped in 9-colored brilliance. It was as if he was resonating with the 9-colored heavenly lake in the sky. Condense. The sword shadow in the deity sea continued to condense and become more and more solid. When a 9-colored brilliance in the deity sea was completely absorbed, the sword shadow had completely solidified. A long sword was in the center of the deity sea. The hilt was facing upwards, and the tip was facing downwards. It slowly rotated, and its entire body seemed to be made of mysterious 9-colored divine light. Every time it rotated, it would flash with a different kind of light. When it rotated 9 times, it would flash with 9 different kinds of light. In the beginning, every rotation would flash with a very strong light. However, when it rotated 9 times, the light became gentler. When it rotated 9 times, it became gentler and more reserved. When it rotated 9 times, the light had become so faint that it almost disappeared. The sword also became transparent, and only a trace of silvery white snaked from the tip to the tip. It looked like a long sword made of transparent crystal, and there was a silvery white thread in the middle. This long sword was so exquisite that it was like the most exquisite piece of art in the world. However, one should not think that it was a piece of art. It was a sharp weapon, a killing weapon. Chun Zong could feel the astonishing power contained in this sword. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was completely condensed on the winding silvery white thread in the center. This sword is from the heart, so it's called Heart Sword Intent. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were responding, as if the world was responding. The ancient path heavenly voice also changed, becoming majestic, vast, and clear. Everyone could clearly hear two words that kept repeating and echoing. Supreme, supreme. When this voice sounded, Chun Zong suddenly clenched his fists. He was secretly excited. Supreme, supreme. It was like the singing and praising of a deity. Supreme, what does this mean? Everyone was puzzled. They did not understand the meaning of this singing because of the lack of knowledge and inheritance. However, Chun Zong was very clear. Supreme. His sword intent had finally broken through the limit, transforming from top tier to supreme. Supreme was the limit. It was the ultimate. Supreme. Chun Zong didn't know and couldn't be sure. Although he could feel that the power of the supreme heart sword intent was very strong, it was very restrained. It was so restrained that even he couldn't accurately judge it. Moreover, that power also had an elusive feeling like a heart. was. Chen Xiu knew Chunzong's plan. He immediately avoided the powerful Ghost King and attacked Jace in the form of Raging Azura. Chen Xiu's battle strength had at least doubled in the form of Raging Azura. He tried his best to delay the battle and suffered a lot of injuries. Although he could not kill the Ghost King in a one-on-one battle, he could compete with it. Jace immediately swooped down. The small Purgatory Ghost Gate followed behind him. He raised his giant axe and slashed down. Boom! It was like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Its speed was astonishing, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. It emitted an unparalleled destructive aura, as if it could destroy everything. This attack used 100% of Jace's power. Under this attack, the earth would be torn apart. Chunzong was 100 meters away from the ground. He looked up. The sky seemed to have disappeared. Between heaven and earth, there was only the giant axe that slashed down, creating a black crack. It emitted a terrifying aura as it slashed towards him. If it was before, he would have dodged this attack no matter what. The Ghost King's power was too strong. It was completely superior to his. He could not take it head-on, but now he had to try. He reached out and grasped the void. The heart sword intent immediately appeared in his hand. The sword was 1 meter long and transparent. Only a strand of silver-white thread could be seen clearly. He raised the sword, and the sword light went against the flow. In an instant, a silver-white sword light shot out. Compared to the black crack created by the giant axe, it was like a python compared to a snake. However, the moment the two sides collided, the giant axe was blocked. Chunzong's sword soared into the air, completely blocking the descending giant axe. The difference between the sword and the giant axe was too great, but it could block it. It was shocking. Jace's face was full of shock. Chunzong, on the other hand, was surprised and happy. Then he felt relieved. Supreme Sword Intent. This was the power that the Supreme Sword Intent should have. The Heart Sword Intent came from the heart. It was more direct than the Heart Sword Dao Intent. When the heart was strong, the sword would be strong. He flicked his wrist lightly. In an instant, the sword vibrated at an astonishing speed and suddenly bounced the giant axe away. The sword light flashed, and like an explosion of silver light, it shot directly toward Jace. This sword was extremely fast. Its power was extremely shocking. Jace did not have time to dodge at all. He could only force himself to use the giant axe. The giant axe was like a shield in front of him to block the sword. Unexpectedly, the sword light that was originally stabbing out suddenly trembled. The silver thread seemed to explode with shocking power and directly pierced the giant axe. Not only was the giant axe huge, but it was also very thick and extremely hard. When it collided with the Heart Sword Dao Intent earlier, it was not damaged at all. In terms of hardness, it was at the level of a semi-divine artifact. Chunzong only felt the Heart Sword Intent pierce the surface of the axe. It was extremely hard. He did not know what material it was made of. The golden sun above his head suddenly expanded, and the light became more and more intense. The golden sun was originally the size of a human head, but now it had expanded several times. It was even larger than a wash basin. Its power was astonishing. Then, the sword light and sword intent carried an astonishing power that could destroy anything. It drilled into the extremely hard surface of the axe with determination, as if it was determined to pierce through the axe. Determination. It was the determination and desire that came from Chunzong's heart. It was the sharpness and sharpness of the sword. In an instant, a sword light pierced through the axe and pierced toward Jace. Jace was shocked. His giant axe had actually been pierced through. It was unbelievable. If not for the fact that he had fought countless battles and experienced countless dangers, he was afraid that the sword light would have pierced through his head. Although his physique was strong and his head was extremely hard, there was still a gap between them and the giant axe in his hand. Chunzong was a little surprised that his sword pierced through the axe. However, he felt that it was only natural. Heart Sword Intent. Supreme Sword Intent. It should have such power. He withdrew his sword and slashed. In an instant, the sword light condensed into a silk thread. Sword Refinement Thread. Zong realized that the sword refinement thread was much easier to perform with the heart sword intent than before. It was completely under his control. The threads condensed from the sword light were imbued with unparalleled power as they shot towards ghostly god Jethro. The sword did not hit the giant axe directly. Instead, it went around the giant axe and displayed the flexibility of a silk thread. Slash, slash, slash. In an instant, Jace swung his axe hundreds of times. The terrifying axe light was so powerful that it seemed to split the void. It was so powerful that it shattered everything around it. He used this method to block Zong's sword. The situation seemed to have reversed. Previously, Zong had been suppressed by Jia and could only barely resist. In the end, he had erupted with all his strength to kill Jia. In the end, although he had injured Jia, he had suffered heavy injuries and almost died. Now, he had the upper hand. His combat power had more than doubled. However, Zong felt that the heart sword intense potential was not limited to this. It was just that he had just evolved and was not familiar with it. The first style of the heart sword style, chain heartbeat. In an instant, the sword light pierced through the air. It was not hundreds of arcs of sword light. There was only one, but it was formed by hundreds of arcs. It looked like it was stabbing out in a straight line, but it also looked like it was stabbing out in an arc. It was hard to tell. Jace felt his heart tremble uncontrollably. A strong sense of fear rose from the depths of his heart and spread out. The sword light had already pierced through the air. Dodge! The strong sense of danger and the instinct that had been honed from countless life and death battles drove him to make the most accurate reaction in an instant. As he dodged, he swung his axe. The blade of the axe tore through the void and was extremely powerful. If Zong was hit, he would be torn apart. Jace immediately knew that he had been hit by a sword. Although he tried his best to dodge that sword, he did not manage to completely avoid it. His counterattack with his axe had missed. His shoulder was pierced. A terrifying sword aura immediately spread out from the wound, wantonly strangling him. The small ghost purgatory gate behind him immediately emitted black smoke. It continuously flowed into the wound, dispelling the sword aura that was wreaking havoc on his shoulder and healing his injury. Zong frowned slightly. How troublesome. In the previous battle with the Rakshasa King, the Rakshasa King had relied on this shocking ability to heal itself time and time again, which was very difficult to deal with. That time, Shao Chun had broken through and joined hands with his clone to use all their power and methods to break the small purgatory ghost gate behind the Rakshasa King, killing him. If he had not destroyed the small ghost purgatory gate, Rakshasa King could have continuously used the power of the small ghost purgatory gate to heal his injuries and expend energy. With my current strength, can I destroy that small ghost purgatory gate? Zong thought to himself. He could not be sure about this. The small ghost purgatory gate was shockingly strong. Even if he had become much stronger, he was not confident. However, if he did not destroy the small ghost purgatory gate, he would not be able to kill the Ghost King even if he injured him time and time again. I need more power, Zong thought to himself. His current strength was enough to fight the Ghost King head-on and injure him, but it was still not enough to kill him. Thus, he could only continue to improve himself and become stronger. Chapter 1867. Thanks to Chun Zixing for the tip. Today's first update will be released tomorrow. Get your monthly tickets ready. By the way, my public account is 6 Paths of Oblivion. There's a pretty lady waiting for you after work. High up in the sky, Zong glanced over and immediately turned into a sword light that tore through the sky. He flew out at an astonishing speed toward the Ghost Clan army. The 7-color barrier was still holding off the Ghost Clan army, but it had reached its limit. Fine cracks began to appear on it, as if it would shatter at any time. The Heart Sword Dao will had transformed into Supreme Heart Sword Dao Will, and its power had increased greatly. Under the control of the sword, Zong's speed was even faster than before. He was like an aurora that tore through the sky and instantly left Ghost Clan Jethro behind. The distance of tens of thousands of meters was nothing to Chun Zong at this moment. He closed the gap in a short time. Slash! Chun Zong slashed out with his sword, and a sword light that was as thin as a thread tore through the sky. It was over 100 meters long and was as light as a strand of silk, but its speed was extremely fast. In just an instant, the sword light that was more than 100 meters long approached the Ghost Clan army. The Ghost's strong bodies were more fragile than thin paper under the sword light. They were easily torn apart. Just one slash of the sword light had killed hundreds of ghosts. Hundreds of origin essence diffused toward Chun Zong and entered Chun Zong's body. In an instant, these hundreds of origin essence were all refined and absorbed by Chun Zong to increase his body-refining cultivation. The reason why Chun Zong did not keep them to heal his wounds or recover his strength was because the several hundred strands of essence were not enough to heal his wounds or recover his strength. They were not effective at all. After all, his strength level was very high. As for his injuries, if they were ordinary injuries, they would not affect him at all. If he was heavily injured, like before, even 1,000 origin essence would not have much effect. Missions had their limits. The higher one's level was, the more obvious the limits of the mission would be. But now, it was still possible to use them to increase his body-refining cultivation. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, Chun Zong was invincible. Every time he swung his sword, the sword radiance would sweep across the sky. With such a strong combat strength, Chun Zong did not need to hide at all. Invincible. Kill, kill, kill. Origin essence constantly surged into Chun Zong's body and was refined and absorbed by Chun Zong. Chun Zong could feel his body constantly strengthening. The ghost race's origin essence energy was countless times better than many body-refining treasures. This was because using body-refining treasures would cause one to develop a resistance to the medicinal effects. If one used too much of it, there would be no effect. However, this was not the case for the ghost race's origin essence chi. It could be continuously refined and absorbed without any consumption. It could be completely converted. The only difference was that the original essence of the weaker Ghost Clan members had a weaker effect on the stronger Ghost Clan members. When there was a large number of them, there would still be a significant effect. Chun Zong estimated that his current body-refining cultivation should have reached the 7-star level, but he wasn't sure what level he was at. As for reaching the 8-star level, it was not that easy. So, he continued to kill. When Chun Zong killed several thousand ghosts, he greatly reduced the pressure on the humans and also lessened the pressure on the 7-colored barrier, so it didn't shatter. However, the 7-colored barrier had almost reached its limit. Gui Sung Jia Luo chased after him and swung his giant axe horizontally. His target was not Chun Zong, but the 7-colored barrier. Slash! The extremely powerful might of this axe tore through the void, causing a crack that constantly fluctuated. It instantly arrived, causing the expressions of all the human cultivators to change drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. It was too powerful. If they were hit by this attack, they would instantly be turned into ashes. Chun Zong's figure flashed, and he swung his sword across the sky. The sword radiance easily shattered the shocking axe radiance. Then, with a flick of his sword chi swept across the sky and killed dozens of ghosts. Slash! 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 Gui Sung Jia Luo's giant axe slashed violently. Hundreds of axe radiances broke through the sky and slashed out in a fan shape. Some of them went for Chun Zong, while the others went for the 7-colored barrier. Chun Zong could not completely break this attack. The 7-colored barrier shone brightly, and there were continuous cracking sounds. The cracks kept expanding, and it had reached its limit. When the 7-colored barrier completely blocked Gui Sung Jia Luo's axe radiance, it had truly reached its limit. Shatter! In an instant, the 7-colored barrier was completely shattered, and it turned into countless 7-colored lights that sputtered in all directions. It was extremely dazzling and mesmerizing. However, 1,500 human cultivators appeared in front of the Ghost Clan's army without any defense. Kill! Gue Sung, Jia Luo roared. His killing intent filled the sky like a flood. He did not chase after Chunzong. Instead, he held his giant axe and killed the 1,500 human cultivators directly. Facing a ghost king who had condensed two supreme flowers, the 1,500 cultivators could not resist at all. In less than 10 breaths, they would all be killed. Would Chunzong let the ghost king kill them all? No. If these cultivators died, the top power of the mystery realm would be gone. Therefore, Chunzong had to stop the Ghost King. A sword flashed across the sky. The seemingly tiny sword radiance blocked the Ghost King's giant axe, but the other ghosts rushed toward the human cultivators. Kill! UNG Alliance Master roared. His aura exploded, and 9 battle stars shone above his head. First, the Taishian demon-slaying crossbows killed more than 20,000 ghosts. Then, the crossbows continuously shot at some of the ghosts. While the 7-colored barrier blocked the ghosts, they took the opportunity to kill thousands of ghosts. In addition to Chunzong and Chun Xiu's hunting earlier, the total number of ghosts killed was more than 30,000. But for the nearly 100,000 ghost army, the death of 30,000 ghosts was not a big deal. At least, there were still more than 60,000 ghosts left, which was far more powerful than the Human Alliance Master. However, now that even the 7-colored barrier was broken, there was no way to resist. They could only fight. Looking at Jiandi Chunzong, who had almost died but had regained his vitality in the desperate situation and become even stronger. Such amazing willpower was a great inspiration and worth learning from. This battle was nothing more than death. Before that, they had to kill more ghosts. Kill! The 1,500 cultivators kept absorbing the original essence of the ghosts. Their combat strength had increased a lot. They were more powerful than before, and their fighting spirit was high. They no longer cared about life and death. Those who were not afraid of death were the most terrifying. They fought to survive in the face of death and exerted all their strength. They even went beyond their limits. Although they knew that they would not be able to escape death in this battle, they did not charge forward mindlessly. Instead, they formed a battle formation and charged out. In this way, they could unleash the power of more than 1,500 people and kill even more Ghost Clan members. Even if they died, they had to die heroically and honorably. But even if they were in a battle formation, it was not very effective against the torrent of attacks from the Ghost Army. In just a short time, they were defeated. The result was that more than 300 cultivators with weaker combat strength were killed by the ghosts. But they did not die in vain. At least, they managed to kill one ghost. One life for another. Tragic. In just one encounter, more than 300 out of the 1,500 cultivators had died. This scene made Chunzong's heart skip a beat, but he became calmer. In a flash, Chunzong dodged Ghost Forest Jieluo and charged toward the Ghost Army to reinforce the human cultivators. Jieluo immediately chased after him. His giant axe slashed down, shattering the vacuum. In this way, the pressure on Chunzong increased greatly. On one hand, he had to defend against Jieluo. At most, he could injure him, but he could not kill him. Moreover, Jieluo's injuries would heal quickly. On the other hand, he had to help the human cultivators. He could not let them be killed by the Ghost Army. Then, let me try this move, Chunzong said to himself. As he continued to fight with the heart sword intent, he became more accustomed to it. He could control it better and use it more freely, unlocking more potential. This move was a sudden inspiration. As for what it was, he could not be sure. Heart Domain. In an instant, the Heart Domain was released and covered a radius of 5,000 meters. Everything within that radius became extremely clear. But in the next moment, the Heart Domain began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In an instant, it had completely shrunk into the Heart Sword intent in Chunzong's hand. The two merged perfectly into one. It worked. Chunzong's eyes lit up. Of course, comprehending and mastering the Heart Domain came from a heart. Now that the Heart Sword Dao intent had evolved into the Heart Sword intent, it also came from the heart. The heart domain and the Heart Sword intent could be said to have the same origin. A miraculous reaction spread within the Heart Sword intent. In the next moment, streaks of invisible sword chi shot out from the Heart Sword intent. With the Heart Sword intent as the center, the sword chi covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Chunzong instantly felt that everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was under his control. With a single thought, the long sword formed from his heart, sword intent trembled. In an instant, sword chi appeared out of nowhere, killing a ghost that was several hundred meters away. Kill! With a low shout, countless streaks of sword chi condensed within 1,000 meters. Streaks and streaks of sword chi flickered with silver light. It was dazzling and incomparably cold. There seemed to be no end to the sword chi within 1,000 meters. In an instant, a portion of the sword chi shot toward the ghost army, like thousands of swords streaking across the sky. Another portion shot toward Gue Sung Jieluo. Gue Sung Jieluo was extremely powerful. He swung his giant axe horizontally and shattered the countless streaks of sword chi. Although the sword chi was very powerful, it was too scattered. It was not enough to deal with a Ghost King. However, it was shockingly powerful against ghosts below the Ghost King level. In just an instant, thousands of ghosts were killed by the sword chi. This move was called the Heart Sword Domain. Essence Chi. Thousands of origin essence chi gathered and surged into Chunzong's body. Chunzong quickly refined and absorbed them. Chunzong could feel his body growing stronger and stronger. A shocking power surged within his body. As the Taichu sword origin poured into the Heart Sword intent, the second wave of sword chi condensed and shot toward the ghost army. As for Chunzong, he stabbed with his sword. Heart Sword Art, Chain Heartbeat. This sword pierced through Gue Sung Jieluo's body again and injured him. Meanwhile, the sword chi formed by the Heart Sword domain shot towards the ghost race, killing close to 10,000 of them. This move was extremely terrifying. It was not enough to deal with a Ghost King, but it was a killing machine against ghosts below the Ghost King level. The disadvantage was also very obvious. It consumed a lot of sword origin. Chapter 1868. At the edge of the ultimate profundity realm, in front of the Great Rift Valley, countless tyrannical attacks bombarded in all directions. The void was dyed black, and faintly, cracks began to appear. Shocking collisions sounded like mountain torrents erupting and mountains collapsing. In the darkness, there was a dazzling golden light that burned the sky. Everywhere it passed, the darkness was burned into nothingness. Fight! 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 The 9 heavens 10 earths battle technique was fully activated. This was a pure cultivation technique that lived for battle and died for battle. Once it was activated, one's heart was filled with astonishing battle intent. The stronger the battle intent, the stronger the cultivation technique. This was an inheritance that he had almost died to obtain. Coupled with the great providence of this world, the heavenly god Gong was instantly reborn. He was countless times more powerful than before. He had come alone to stop an army of ghosts. In addition to the army of ghosts, there were 40,000 ghost beasts, including a ghost king and a ghost beast king. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly god Gong's fists were condensed with battle intent, reaching an astonishing 5 inches long. He continuously punched out. Every punch was like a star that blasted through the void. Under the continuous barrage, it was like a violent and dazzling meteor shower. Regardless of whether it was a ghost soldier or a ghost general, whether it was a lower, middle, or upper-level ghost general, or a ghost beast with 9 golden battle stars, none of them could withstand a single punch from the heavenly god Gong. As the battle continued, one could see the basin-sized flower of air above the heavenly god palace's head slowly solidifying. This meant that the heavenly god palace's power was increasing bit by bit, and he was becoming more and more powerful. It had been some time since the heavenly god Gong had appeared, and he had killed thousands of ghost tribe cultivators. Origin essence was constantly being absorbed and refined to replenish his own energy consumption, and at the same time, it was also gradually increasing his own strength. The 9 heavens 10 earth's battle technique was an extreme inheritance. The more he fought, the stronger his battle intent. The stronger his battle intent, the stronger his battle strength. Of course, this was only the case during the battle. It was an almost limitless increase. Once the battle ended, his battle intent would fade, and his strength would return to its original level. It could be said that the longer the battle went on, the more intense the battle became, and the more astonishingly powerful the heavenly God Gong became. The Ghost Beast Clan's Ghost Beast King, Xieming, discovered that at the beginning, this human was being suppressed by him and the Ghost Beast King, and was in imminent danger. However, for some unknown reason, this human was holding on with incomparable tenacity. Furthermore, the more he fought, the stronger he became. By now, this human was already able to take on 2 people by himself and the Ghost Beast King. In fact, he could even spare some energy to kill ghost generals and ghost soldiers. Anger. The demonic beast Demon Ming was enraged. Its power erupted as it summoned a miniature demonic purgatory gate to replenish its energy. It did not dodge at all, even if it was injured. It wanted to use its powerful physique and the power of the miniature demonic purgatory gate to exhaust its opponent to death. Burn. The heavenly god Gong felt as if he was burning. His essence, energy, spirit, and life force were burning and boiling. His entire body was boiling, and his fighting spirit was soaring to the heavens like a volcano erupting. The origin essence of the ghost race constantly flowed into his body, replenishing what he had consumed. The 9 heavens 10 earth's battle technique was indeed a very powerful battle technique. It was also very extreme. The more intense the battle, the more shocking the increase in battle strength. However, it was not without a price. The price he had to pay was to burn himself. Once he burned himself to the limit, the consequence would be death. In the past, those who cultivated the 9 heavens 10 earth battle technique were all people with astonishing battle strength. They had all made a name for themselves, but most of them ended up dying in battle. They were not killed, but burned themselves in battle. In the end, they could not bear it and died. The heavenly god Gong had not reached that step yet, but he was on the path. However, with the replenishment of the ghost race's origin essence, he would not overdraw his body. Death. The ghost race continued to die. The number of deaths had already exceeded 10,000. These 10,000 ghost race had all become origin essence to replenish the heavenly god Gong's consumption, indirectly increasing his battle strength again. Boom! With a punch, the sharpness of his fighting spirit broke through 5 inches and reached 6 inches. It struck the Ghost Beast King's head. The extremely powerful force not only knocked the Ghost Beast King back several hundred meters, but it also cracked its head. Dark red and smelly blood flowed out. However, the Ghost Beast King's body was extremely strong. A mere injury was nothing to it. It only made it even more furious. With a mad roar, it suddenly pounced. In the distance, the 300 cultivators from the ancient suppression world were all shocked. They were all dumbfounded. The battle in front of them was completely beyond their imagination. It was not that they did not want to fight, but that they had no way to fight. That power was too powerful. Even from afar, they could feel the shocking impact of the pressure. It was shocking like a landslide or a tsunami. They felt extremely oppressed and found it difficult to breathe. If they got close, they would be suppressed and unable to use much of their battle strength. The result would be death. Looking at the Ghost Race army, it was like a flood that could destroy the world. A mere 300 cultivators were so weak in front of it. They would be devoured in one blow and die completely. They would not even be able to cause a splash. The ancient suppression Holy Sun was trembling all over. Fear, horror. Is that the heavenly god of the Taishan Holy Palace? What happened to this world? Why did the heavenly god Gong become so powerful? The ancient suppression Holy Sun admitted that in the past, the heavenly god Gong was indeed more outstanding than him. However, there was a limit. It was not like now, where he could not see the top. This difference was like the difference between a small earthworm and a true dragon. It was unknown how many times the difference was. For a moment, the ancient suppression, Holy Sun, felt as if something in his heart was shattering. That was belief. That was persistence. It was the persistence and belief that he wanted to compete with the heavenly god Gong. Now, in front of his eyes, it was completely shattered. It was like a dream. Now, he had woken up from a dream. Unknowingly, the ancient suppression, Holy Sun's face was suddenly filled with tears. He did not know whether to cry or laugh, or whether to be mad or sad. However, the heavenly god Gong would not pay attention to the ancient suppression, Holy Sun. To him, this was already in existence on a different level. His opponent was only that Jiandi Chunzong. Even the ghost race in front of him was just a stumbling block. Kill them all. In an instant, the power of the fist of battle intent skyrocketed again. 7 inches. Every inch the power of the fist of battle intent increased greatly. Repelled. The Ghost Beast King and Ghost King were repelled again, and many more ghosts were killed. Under the power of the fist of battle intent, the ghost race's tyrannical bodies were like nothing. They were even more fragile than thin paper and were torn into pieces in an instant. The Ghost Beast King did not have the slightest intention of charging out of the Taishan realm and into other realms. This was because he was very angry. He was so angry that he forgot his original goal. He only wanted to kill this human in front of him. If he did not kill this human, how could he occupy this world? On the outer city of Taiji City, the battle became more and more intense. Thousands of ghost race origin essence surged like a tide into Chunzong's body. Most of them were converted and used to recover the Taichu sword essence. Heart Sword Domain. Tens of thousands of sword chi appeared once again and shot out once more. Each sword chi revealed an extremely shocking sharpness. It was as if they tore through space. They were extremely fast and agile. They all avoided the human cultivators and focused on the ghosts. In just an instant, thousands of ghosts were killed. Such an ultimate move left everyone dumbstruck and extremely shocked. It could be said to be a terrifying move to kill a group of people. Thousands of ghost race origin essence entered his body again to replenish the Taichu sword essence. Under the Heart Sword Domain, thousands of sword chi were activated again. Massacre. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Ghost Beast King Jieluo was furious to the extreme. He roared and charged, completely ignoring his injuries. He wanted to trade injury for injury, life for life. Because he had a small purgatory ghost gate, even if he was injured, as long as he did not die on the spot, he could recover in a short time. However, Chunzong could not. If he was hit by the giant axe, he would immediately be severely injured. Chunzong's lips curled into a smile. What I want is your anger. Heart Sword style, everlasting heart illusion. In an instant, a sword slashed out. The sword light was misty and spread out in all directions like smoke, enveloping Ghost Beast King Jieluo. Ghost Beast King Jieluo waved his giant axe. The axe light surrounded him, blocking the sword chi smoke. However, it could not block the illusions in his heart. Especially when he was angry and did not have his usual calmness, it was easier for illusions to appear. Slash! Slash! As Chunzong smiled, a faintly discernible sword chi nimbly passed through the gaps between the giant axe light. It followed the most mysterious trajectory and pierced through Ghost Beast King Jieluo's chest armor. Pierce! The sword chi pierced through Ghost Beast King Jieluo's armor and chest, piercing his heart and exploding. It was like thousands of needles piercing through Ghost Beast King Jieluo's heart. Ghost Beast King Jieluo's body suddenly trembled. He could not help but spit out blood. That was the essence of his heart. His aura instantly dropped, and he felt that his powerful strength was fading away. Heart Sword style, everlasting heart destruction. Sword light burst out, illuminating heaven and earth. It was as if the sun had collapsed. The shocking aura of destruction also surged like a torrent, wreaking havoc. Slash. The sword light reached its pinnacle. It was filled with killing intent that could destroy everything. This sword was unstoppable. With his heart damaged, Ghost Beast King Jia felt a sense of darkness enveloping him. It was filled with deathly stillness. It was as if he was about to fall into the abyss of death. The sword light cut through Ghost Beast King Jia body like a hot knife through butter. With one slash, Ghost Beast King Jia body was cut in half. Boom! His aura instantly soared and condensed. His black hair danced wildly, piercing through the sky like sharp swords. Shenzong's eyes also shone brightly. The aura of destruction spread in all directions. His body lowered slightly, and his sword slanted forward. Vacuum, lifeless slash. The most powerful attack instantly slashed out. His Taichu sword essence also surged, turning into a peerless sword light that tore through heaven and earth, shattering everything. Shenzong had been planning since he attacked the Ghost Beast King Jia. He wanted to kill the Ghost Beast King Jia and use a large amount of damage to infuriate him and make him lose his mind. Once the Ghost Beast King Jia lost his mind, the Heart Sword style's ability to target the mind would be strengthened to the extreme. The Everlasting Heart Illusion and Everlasting Heart Destruction hit each other consecutively. The last attack was the lifeless slash of Void. It was an attack that used all his strength. Chapter 1869. Young book friend, did you drop this bundle of golden monthly tickets or this bundle of silver monthly tickets? Oh, you don't have monthly tickets. Since you're so honest, I won't give you this bundle of monthly tickets or this bundle of monthly tickets. Hurry up and top up your monthly tickets. Since ancient times, the competition for monthly votes had never stopped. Every time, it was a war without gunpowder, a slaughter without blood. Not asking for monthly tickets was like not getting married when in love, not paying for meals, and not paying for the tickets on the train. Usually, Dominator of Six Paths would not ask for monthly tickets because there was no outbreak. But now that there was an outbreak, he could ask for monthly tickets confidently. The ranking of monthly tickets, to a certain extent, also represented the quality of the book. Especially the top 10, it was a place that military strategists would fight for. Only by entering the top 10 in the monthly votes will you be able to show your face on the front page, allowing more people to see you, increasing your popularity, and increasing your subscriptions. The 6 paths of samsara longs for the day when our Tongshun can enter the top 10 in the monthly votes and appear on the front page. At that time, the Tongshun you like will be seen and liked by more people. I believe this is what you all hope for. Next, Dominator of 6 Paths talked about the outbreak that everyone was most concerned about. Starting from today, the outbreak was estimated to last for 3 days, which was today, tomorrow, and the day after. Dominator of 6 Paths also called it the basic outbreak. If it was going to be a big outbreak, it would depend on the monthly ticket ranking. Dominator of 6 Paths was currently ranked 56th in the monthly ticket ranking. If it entered the top 50, including the 50th place, Dominator of 6 Paths would add 2 more chapters to the basic outbreak. Today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow would count. Based on the top 50, top 40, top 30, top 20, and top 10 rankings, the Dominator of the 6 Paths would add more chapters to the monthly ticket ranking. The number of chapters added was 2, 2, 2, 2, and 10, which corresponded to the monthly ticket ranking. For example, today was the 19th. If it entered the top 50, then the number of chapters would increase from 5 to 7, and so on. If it entered the top 40, then it would increase to 9. If it entered the top 30, then it would increase to 11. If it entered the top 20, then it would increase to 13. If it entered the top 10, then it would be awesome. 10 more chapters would increase to 23. If it entered the top 3, Dominator of 6 Paths would add 20 more chapters. If it did not reach the basic ranking, then it could be extended to the second and third day. For example, if it entered the top 50 on the third day, then it would add 2 chapters on the third day. The first and second day would be the basic outbreak of 5 chapters each. Are you happy, excited, screaming, or impatient? Take out your monthly tickets and throw them at Dominator of 6 Paths? Chapter 1870. Little Rice Dumpling is showing his prowess. Why aren't you waving the flag and cheering for him? Now that we have entered the top 50 in the monthly votes ranking, the Samsara will add 2 more updates on top of the basic 5 updates today, making it 7. If you can enter the top 40, 2 more updates will be added. Good luck. I have high hope for you guys. Vacuum. Lifeless slash. With a slash of the sword, Guei Senji's severed body was instantly enveloped by an extremely powerful and dazzling sword light, shattering the void. Vacuum. It meant turning space into a vacuum and completely shattering it. Lifeless, on the other hand, meant that there was only death and no life. This strike had caught Jia off guard, and it was extremely powerful. Chunzong had used up all his strength to completely shatter Jia body, and even the space around him had been shattered. The small purgatory ghost gate summoned by the Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body was not complete, so it could be easily destroyed. The small purgatory ghost gate summoned by a ghost king was truly complete. It was shockingly strong, and even the ghost kings of the ghost clan's 36 divisions could not destroy it. Chunzong couldn't take the risk. After all, his most powerful attack used up most of his strength. If he couldn't destroy the miniature ghost gate, he would be in danger for a short time. That was the best choice. First, he would enrage the Ghost King. Then, he would use the opportunity to injure and kill the Ghost King. This would be easier than destroying the miniature ghost gate directly. The moment Jia Luo's body was torn apart, he let out a shrill howl of agony. It was like the howl of despair of a vicious beast. It was extremely vicious, and it resounded through the world. It made everyone tremble, as if fear had surged up from the depths of their hearts. The howl after the brutal howl seemed to be able to awaken the deepest fear in people's hearts and make them fall into despair. Chunzong was the first to bear the brunt of this attack. However, he remained unmoved. This kind of despairing and ferocious roar attack was completely useless against Chunzong, who had condensed the supreme heartsword intent. In the next moment, a thick strand of essence rapidly extended from the shattered space. It danced in the air like a demonic dragon and burrowed into Chunzong's body. When the essence entered his body, it was like a demonic dragon returning to the sea. His presence was vigorous and majestic, causing ripples to spread out. It caused Chunzong's body to tremble uncontrollably, and there seemed to be waves of powerful rumbles. When the devil dragon-like ghost clan's origin essence entered his body, Chunzong immediately felt his body swell, as if he had eaten too much. At the same time, the void shattered by the lifeless vacuum quickly recovered. Jia Luo's body turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. But before Chunzong could react, a black shadow shot out like an arrow and entered the rapidly closing small ghost purgatory gate. That was the soul. It was the soul of the Ghost King, who was actually still alive. It seemed that he had used this opportunity to escape back into the purgatory ghost realm. But it did not matter. His body was completely shattered, and even if his soul escaped, it would not be able to cause any trouble in the short term. Moreover, he had become stronger. Refine. Absorb. The Ghost King's origin essence, which was as vigorous and precise as a demonic dragon, was quickly refined by Chunzong. It was completely converted into body-refining energy without any loss, and it continued to increase his body-refining cultivation. The tendons, bones, and muscles all over Chunzong's body twitched incessantly, constantly bursting forth with extremely shocking power, vibrating endlessly. Even without using the Taichu sword origin, just the aura from his body-refining cultivation alone was enough to create ripples in the surrounding space. This was the aura formed when one's body reached a certain level of strength. Chunzong was certain that his body-refining cultivation had broken through to the 8-star level, or at least the 8-star elite level. During this period, the remaining ghosts were all stunned. The impact of Jie Luo's death on them was unimaginable. Even in the Purgatory Ghost realm, it was very difficult for a Ghost King to die. But now, he was killed by a human. In their eyes, humans were just food, delicious food. The delicious food not only killed many of the Ghost race, but even the Ghost King was killed. Jie Luo was the most powerful Ghost King in the Ghost Forest tribe. How could he be killed? All of a sudden, the Ghost race army was stunned, and so was the human side. They had found a ray of light in a hopeless situation. That was the hope of survival, and it impacted everyone's minds. Even an expert like the UNG Alliance Master could not help but fall into a daze. Just as the Ghost Clan and the Human Clan were in a daze, Chunzong had completely refined and absorbed the Ghost King's origin essence. His body burst forth with an extremely shocking aura that rushed out in all directions like a raging storm, destroying everything as it rumbled between heaven and earth. At the same time, Jie Luo was also struck by Qin Xiu in his raging Azura form. Even though he reacted in time, his left arm and left shoulder were severed by Qin Xiu's sword, and he flew high into the air. The power of a small purgatory ghost gate immediately spread out and entered Jie Luo's body to heal his injuries. However, it was not easy to recover from severed limb. It would take some time. Retreat. He had to retreat. Even a powerful Ghost King like Jie Luo was killed, and only a wisp of his remnant soul escaped back to the Purgatory Ghost realm. When this human attacked, he would not be able to escape death. Before that, he had to escape. Aggrieved, Jie Luo felt extremely aggrieved. He recalled how he attacked with high fighting spirit, but was defeated by Chunzong and Heavenly God Gong. After that, Chunzong entered the Ghost City to fight, and the void cracks that burst out were extremely shocking. They almost swallowed him, and he had to pay the price of losing an arm to retreat. Now, another arm was severed, and he had to escape. It seemed that ever since he entered this world, he had been very aggrieved. As a Ghost King, he did not display the advantages that a Ghost King should have, or rather, the treatment that a Ghost King should have. Most of the humans in this world were very weak, but there would be one or two monsters who were even stronger and more shocking than the Purgatory Ghost race. Horrified, Jie Luo felt horrified at this moment. He wanted to curse, but he did not know what to say. After all, the Purgatory Ghost race never solved problems by talking, but by fighting and killing. Therefore, no matter how angry he was, Jie Luo could not curse. He only felt terrified and uneasy. Since invading this world, they had suffered more and more losses. Now, even Jie Luo of the Ghost Forest tribe was killed, and his remnant soul escaped. It would take a long time for him to recover. Fast. Jie Luo's speed was extremely fast. However, Qin Xiu would not let him go so easily. He chased after him. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Fiend Shadow. His sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, tearing through everything. It went straight for Jie Luo. He could not block it at all and was hit directly. His body was cut open, and he was injured again. Damn it, Jie Luo panicked. If this continued, he might die. He could not die. If he died, he would be like Jie Luo. His remnant soul would escape back to the Purgatory Ghost realm. At that time, the Ghost Forest tribe would only exist in name. Then, he could only take the risk. Without hesitation, Jie Luo turned into a ray of black light and entered the small Purgatory Ghost Gate. If he used his body to enter the gate, he would die if he was not careful. However, there was also a possibility of survival. It was better than being killed, and only his remnant soul escaped. The Ghost Race Army was in chaos. First, Jie Luo was killed, then Jie Luo escaped with injuries. The impact was unimaginable. When two armies were fighting, the commander was especially important. Once the commander was killed or escaped, the impact on the army's morale would be fatal. At this moment, Chunzong had completely absorbed Jie Luo's origin energy and refined it into his own. 9-star. His body temper and cultivation had reached the 9-star level and was close to the elite level. Then if he killed and absorbed all the remaining ghosts, Would he be able to reach the pinnacle of the 9-star level? Chunzong was not sure, but he could give it a try. Kill. Heart Sword Realm. This was no doubt the best move for killing. 10,000 rays of sword chi pierced through the air and killed more than 10,000 ghosts. Unfortunately, there was not much Taichu sword origin left in his body. If he used the origin energy to replenish it, he would not be able to improve his body tempering cultivation. However, other than the Heart Sword Realm, he had other moves. Kill. Kill. The Heart Sword intent swept through the air, unleashing the strongest might with the smallest amount of strength. In just an instant, it killed many of the ghost race. Kill. The remaining human cultivators also unleashed their killing moves. At first, more than 20,000 ghosts were killed by the Taishan demon killing crossbows. Then, they were blocked by the rainbow barrier. More than 30,000 ghosts died. Chunzong killed more than 30,000 ghosts. Now, there were less than 30,000 ghosts left. Although there were still many of them, there was a huge difference compared to before. Most importantly, their morale was gone. Every ghost clan member became panicked and terrified. They could not even unleash half of their combat strength, which was an obvious drop. Chunshio chased after them. Although he had removed his raging Azura form, he was still so powerful that these ghosts could not resist him. Kill. Kill. He continued to kill and obtain the essence chi of the ghost clan. He continued to refine and absorb the essence chi of the Ghost Clan to improve his body refinement realm. Compared to the Ghost King's origin energy, the difference between the Ghost Clan's origin energy and the Ghost Clan's origin energy was too great. However, with a large amount of Ghost origin energy, his body tempering cultivation improved again and reached the elite level of the 9-star level. Run. The rest of the ghosts began to run. Although they were a fighting race, it did not mean that they were willing to die like this, especially when they had lost their will to fight. However, Chunzong and Chunshio worked together and were extremely fast. They did not let any of the ghosts escape. Kill. 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 Even the upper-rank ghost general moved and wanted to escape at full speed. A ray of sword light extended in the void like a thread and pierced through it. That was Chunzong's sword. Almost 100,000 ghosts. 2 Ghost Kings led an army of almost 100,000 ghosts. However, in the end, 1 Ghost King died and the other Ghost King escaped. Together with the army of 100,000 ghosts, it was the end. When the last ghost was killed, the wind and clouds surged in the sky. Countless golden lights spread out and turned into golden stars that sprinkled down. Waves of fragrance spread between heaven and earth. Sniffing it made everyone feel comfortable. It was as if their tiredness was washed away. It was very comfortable. Chapter 1871. Second update. Please follow the public account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. Interact with the 6 paths. Jieluo of the Ghost Forest was dead. Jesse of the Ghost Forest escaped, and nearly 100,000 Ghost Tribe soldiers were slaughtered. There was no doubt that the Ghost Tribe's will in them was devoured by the will of the world to recover and strengthen itself. The Golden Light was a kind of reward from the world of Oblivion. Everyone's exhaustion was gone, and their injuries were healed under the Golden Light. Chunzong and Chunshio absorbed the most Golden Light, and the light of providence turned into mountains and rivers, reaching the level of heavenly God Gong. For a moment, Chunzong and Chunshio felt that their minds were clearer than ever, and their thoughts were clearer than ever. All kinds of mysteries of the world of Oblivion appeared. The others did not get as much golden light as Chunzong and Chunshio, but the benefits were obvious. The 3 alliances won the battle, but they paid a heavy price. Only about 700 of the 1,500 cultivators survived, and half of them died. If it were not for Chunzong's supreme heart sword intent, all 1,500 humans would have been killed, and all the people in the inner city would have been killed. Now, it was the other way around. Some of the humans survived, and the inner city was intact, but the Ghost Tribe was slaughtered. Although almost 800 cultivators had died, which was a heavy loss, it was already a very good outcome. Moreover, the 700 people who survived each killed more than one ghost tribe member and obtained their origin essence, which increased their cultivation and combat power. They became more powerful, and they were also rewarded by the will of the world of oblivion, which made them more sensitive to the mysteries of the world of oblivion. They believed that in the future, they could all break through their limits and become more powerful. It was like a big wave washing away the sand. They were the sand, and the ghost tribe was the big wave. Although it was cruel, it was the truth. The battle here was over. Chun Xiu felt his power surging, and then it surged like a huge wave, bursting out with an extremely powerful aura. A gray light suddenly lit up, and in the next breath, it turned into a majestic gray light that shot into the sky, as if it was going to break the sky. In the sky, endless rotating halos appeared around the gray light. The sound of the explosion shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating in all directions. Boundless pressure suddenly surged out from Chun Xiu's body in all directions. The astonishing pressure swept out and suppressed everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. The void within 10,000 meters seemed to have been compressed into a steel plate. An extremely ferocious and domineering aura permeated the air, causing people to feel suffocated just by coming into contact with it. Horrifying. Everyone was horrified as they stared at Chun Xiu. Chun Xiu was already wrapped in the gray light. Endless gray light surged like waves. The change was actually very short, and it stopped after a short 10 breaths of time. All of the gray light and gray flames were restrained. Chun Xiu's aura was also restrained, and there were no visible changes. Only Chun Xiu and Chun Zong knew that Chun Xiu had become stronger. The fifth stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. After this battle, Chun Xiu finally gained some benefits. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique finally had a breakthrough. It was just that, very sadly, the Divine Fiend origin bead was also virtually sucked dry. Only the last bit was left. It was just the size of soybean. In other words, if he wanted to break through to the 6th level, he could only rely on his own cultivation. Or he could find an environment full of murderous aura to absorb. However, the 5th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had increased his battle strength by a lot. It was a complete qualitative change. Chun Xiu couldn't help but smile. Activate. In an instant, wisps of black aura suddenly appeared from the void and entered Chun Xiu's body. It was the murderous aura left behind by the Death Ghost tribe. This murderous aura was very majestic. After all, it was left behind by nearly 100,000 Ghost tribe members. But unfortunately, it only increased Chun Xiu's Divine Fiend Azura battle technique's 5th level by a little. Compared to the Divine Fiend origin bead, the difference was really too great. However, it was better than nothing. Immediately, Chun Zong and Chun Xiu raised their heads and looked in the same direction. They could feel that there was an intense battle in that direction. It was just that that battle didn't belong to him and his clone. That battle belonged to the heavenly God Gong. That's right, that aura was extremely shocking. It was the heavenly God Gong's aura. Very strong, as expected of the heavenly God Gong. He truly was a formidable opponent in this world. Then, he wouldn't interfere in the battle there, unless the heavenly God Gong was no match for him. However, according to the aura he sensed now, the heavenly God Gong's aura didn't weaken at all. He should be able to put up a fight. As for himself, he had more important things to do. That was the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree had to be destroyed. This matter was very important. I'll leave the rest of you guys. Chun Zong said to the more than 700 cultivators who were still alive. Then, he and Chun Xiu transformed into a stream of light and flew forward rapidly. Then, they disappeared. On Bewildering Light Island, 2 figures appeared at the same time. Chun Zong only circulated his body refinement power. Immediately, 9 battle stars appeared above his head. The first 8 stars were golden and dazzling, but the 9th star wasn't. Half of it was bronze, and half of it was silver. Unfortunately, if he could slay the other Phantom Emperor and obtain his primary source of chi, his body tempering cultivation would definitely reach the peak. However, he was able to win this battle because of the essence. Without the essence, he wouldn't be able to kill all of the 100,000 ghosts even if they didn't resist and just stood there for him to kill. After all, power wasn't endless. He would probably die from exhaustion. Fortunately, the awakening of this world's consciousness changed the rules. That was why he was able to achieve such a victory. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough power. Otherwise, he would be killed before he could obtain the essence of the ghosts. Just like those cultivators who died. He retracted his body refinement power. The 9 battle stars also disappeared. Chun Xiu also circulated the 5th stage of the divine fiend Azura battle technique. Instantly, 9 golden battle stars appeared and merged into one. Then a flower bloomed. It was the illusory image of a flower the size of a wash basin. It was brown in color and seemed to sway in the wind. Flower of Qi, flower of extreme realm. The divine fiend Azura battle technique was the peak that Chun Xiu could cultivate in this world. After all, this was an extremely powerful inheritance. The 5th stage was extremely shocking in this world. Forming the flower of extreme realm in such a short time was nothing. The illusory flower of Qi slowly solidified. Finally, it was between illusion and reality. An extremely powerful aura turned into a storm that swept out. It was extremely fierce and domineering. It was like a pressure from a powerful race in the universe that suppressed everything. Shenzong couldn't help but be shocked. This power was extremely terrifying. It was much stronger than the sword yuan of his 7th stage of the primordial sword origin technique. And this was only the 5th stage. If it was the same 7th stage, who knew how many times stronger it would be? It was unimaginable. This was also the reason why the primordial sword origin technique was inferior to the divine fiend Azura battle technique. The primordial sword origin technique was created by himself and was closely related to him. As his vision and accumulation continued to increase, the primordial sword origin technique could also continue to grow and improve. As for the divine fiend Azura battle technique, it was a powerful inheritance of the ancient fiend god race in the universe. Although he wasn't sure how strong the ancient fiend god race was, it was definitely not weak. The next time he came to the eternal battle fort, he would read up on the records. Now, his original body's top sword intent had evolved into a supreme sword intent. Its power had increased greatly, and its battle strength had soared. His doppelganger had formed the flower of extreme realm, and its battle strength had also increased greatly. If they worked together, perhaps they could try to destroy the Ghost Mother tree. In the next moment, Chun Zong and Chun Xiu disappeared from Bewildering Light Island. Using it as a transit point, they appeared in the boundary of Grand Luo City and directly appeared in Ghost City. The entire Ghost City was empty. There was only a huge Ghost Mother tree that was 1,000 meters tall standing, with thousands of branches hanging down. Balls of Ghost Mother tree hung on the branches, beating like a heart, letting out a dull sound that reverberated in the empty Ghost City. It was extremely terrifying. Last time, his attack couldn't break through the Ghost Mother tree's defense. What about this time? Strike. There was no need for a sword. He only needed to activate the Heart Sword intent and condense it into a solid form. Its strength had reached the level of a demigod artifact. It was even at the level of a top demigod artifact. It was extremely hard. Slash. This time, Chun Zong directly used the 3rd move of the Heart Sword intent, Infinite Heart Extinguishment. This was blocked by the Heart Sword intent, which was second only to the Lifeless Vacuum Strike. A black light flashed, and a black light immediately covered the Ghost Mother tree, blocking Chun Zong's attack. But in the next moment, it was torn apart and slashed on the tree trunk, leaving a shallow sword mark that was a few meters long. It was very faint, and it quickly disappeared. As if enraged, the Ghost Mother tree suddenly trembled. The scars on the tree twisted, and it opened its black mouth, letting out a sharp and resounding cry. That cry was as sharp as a blade, tearing through the void and rushing towards Chunzong. This time, Chunzong didn't dodge. Instead, he chose to take it head-on. The transformation of the sword intent also brought about a more stable spirit C and an improvement of his will. What's more, the surface of his soul was rippling with a layer of nine-colored brilliance, which was faintly discernible. It was a layer of protection. The previous scream couldn't even defeat him directly, let alone now. Facing the ghost mother tree's shriek head-on, Chunzong's divine C rippled as if it was about to collapse. However, his divine C, which had been strengthened by more than 2 times, managed to withstand the attack. As for his soul, the nine-colored brilliance rippled slightly, completely resisting the impact of the scream. When his will was attacked, it felt as if it was about to collapse. It made Chunzong feel a tearing pain, but it was still within his tolerance range. Chunzong even found that his will was strengthening bit by bit as he resisted the scream. Sharpening his will. The scream of the ghost mother tree could actually sharpen his will. The 3 flowers were the 3 flowers of essence, chi, and spirit. The will was the most important part of the flower of God. Then, he would enrage the ghost mother tree and use its scream to sharpen his will. Not only Chunzong, but also Chunxiu. He used the scream of the ghost mother tree to sharpen his will. Chapter 1872. You are now ranked 41st. If you get one more rank, the 6 Paths of Samsara will have to update 9 chapters today. Thousands of densely packed branches pierced through the air like sharp swords and spears. They were merciless as they attacked Chunzong and Chunxiu like a swarm of snakes. In an instant, Chunzong and Chunxiu were besieged by countless sharp branches. They used the ghost mother tree's shrieks to sharpen their will as they swung their swords. The swords split into hundreds and thousands of swords like the spines of a hedgehog. They were densely packed around their bodies and blocked the powerful attacks of the branches. When the tip of the sword hit the branches, the tip of the sword vibrated slightly and a powerful force burst out, shattering the branches. The branches that were hit were instantly shattered. However, in the next moment, a black light swept over and restored them. Together with the shrieks, they attacked again. Stab, whip, slash. The flexible branches were played with by the ghost mother tree. They were like spears, swords, whips, and sabers. In an instant, the ghost mother tree had transformed into a martial arts master. With the thousands of branches on its body, it displayed unparalleled martial arts skills. Every attack was packed with the ghost mother tree's shocking power. It was so powerful that it could injure, severely injure, or even kill an ordinary peak demigod. However, neither Chunzong nor Chunxiu could be considered as an ordinary peak demigod. The peak demigod was a level, and there were different levels. For example, condensing 1 flower of extreme state was not as good as condensing 2 or 3 flowers. For example, a flower of extreme state was the size of a palm, the size of a human head, and the size of a wash basin. Moreover, martial arts attainment was also one of the factors. Therefore, without a real battle, it was impossible to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Of course, when the difference in the number of flowers of extreme state was obvious, it often meant that there was an obvious difference in strength. It was difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. Chunzong and Chunxiu resisted the shrieks of the ghost mother tree and sharpened their wills as they swung their swords to fend off the crazy attacks of the branches. It felt as though there were many demigod experts attacking from all directions in different trajectories. For a moment, both Chunzong and Chunxiu felt the pressure increase greatly. The two of them had no choice but to work together to set up a mysterious god-killing array. Only then did they feel the pressure decrease a little. The ghost mother tree was indeed terrifying and difficult to deal with. This time, Chunzong didn't have much confidence in being able to cut it apart. However, this time was not like the previous time, when he was completely unable to contend against it. He had to try his best. Even if he failed, he had to know how big the gap was. Having a goal would be much clearer. Gradually, the impact of the Ghost Mother Tree's shriek on Chunzong and Chunxiu's wills became weaker and weaker. This meant that their wills had been tempered by the repeated shrieks of the Ghost Mother Tree. At this point, the Ghost Mother Tree's shriek had lost its effect. The shrieks of the Ghost Mother Tree had failed to sharpen their wills. Unfortunately, they had not reached their limit. To others, this level of wills was probably the limit. But to Chunzong and Chunxiu, it was not enough. Defend. Counterattack. The two swords worked together to break the attacks of the Ghost Mother Tree. The Ghost Mother Tree did not have many tricks up its sleeves. It only used the shrieks and the attacks of the branches. Of course, to many people, it was very powerful and difficult to defend. The shrieks alone were enough to shatter many people's spiritual ocean. Heart Intense Sword Art. Chain Heartbeat. With a slash of the sword radiance split into countless streaks. The trajectories were mysterious as they broke the attacks of the branches. The Everlasting Heart illusion was almost useless against the Ghost Mother Tree. As for the Everlasting Heart destruction, it was not as effective as Chain Heartbeat in dealing with the attacks of the Ghost Mother Tree. Chunxiu continued to use the Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Fiend Shadow. Sword Slaughter. Slaughter all lives. The power of the fifth stage of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was getting stronger and stronger. Something's not right. Chunxiu used the Heavenly Fiend Sword Art again and again to break the branches. But gradually, he felt that something was not right. It was not the Ghost Mother Tree that was not right. It was him that was not right. This was because of the Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Suddenly, Chunxiu started to think as he waved his sword. The Heavenly Fiend Sword Art was his own creation. But after careful analysis, there might be traces of the original body. Or to put it another way, the original body's accumulation of swordsmanship and habits of using the sword were also mastered by the doppelganger. This was because their souls came from the same source. The accumulation of swordsmanship was no doubt a good thing. But the habit of using the sword was beneficial in the beginning. But when one became strong enough, it would become a restriction. His cultivation and comprehension were different from the original body's. Since that was the case, his swordsmanship had to be different too. The three moves of the Heavenly Fiend Sword Art, speed, power, etc. were all in line with the original body's habit of using the sword. But that was the original body's. He was Chunxiu, not Chunzong. Instantly, he was enlightened. Although the original body and doppelganger were defined as the same source of souls, they were both complete individuals with their own thoughts, emotions, and so on. Tao, path. The original body had the original body's Tao, and he had his own Tao. Suddenly, as if the heavenly thunder had split open the sky, a kind of enlightenment surged, and it was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. Chunxiu was enlightened. His path was related to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique, or the Azura bloodline. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was a fierce and overbearing cultivation technique. It was very scary, and its destructive power was shocking. Then, his swordsmanship should be a Tao that fully unleashed the power of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Murderous Shadow focused on speed. It did not fit. Sword Butcher and Slayer of all lives were suitable, but it was not enough. Stronger. He needed a stronger sword move. There was no need for any changes or techniques. There was only one thing, and that was power. Extreme destructive power, to express the power of the Divine Fiend battle technique to the extreme and to surpass the limit. Then what should he do? The Tao of techniques was more suitable for the original body, Chunzong. He would mainly pursue extreme destructive power. At least, that was the case for now. Setting a precise target and direction, he would not be lost as he moved forward. Clear. Chunxiu's thoughts became clearer. He gave up on the Heavenly Fiend Sword skill and ignored it. Instead, he continued to swing his sword. Since he was not very clear on how to create the most suitable sword move, then he would fight. In the battle, he would find inspiration and opportunity. Slash, slash, Slash. The Nirvana evil sword slashed out again and again. Every slash, Chun Xiu would condense the divine fiend battle technique on the sword tip. This was a kind of method that followed the Enlightenment and the original heart. It seemed to be the right way. Condense. He continued to condense the divine fiend battle technique. Gradually, Chun Xiu seemed to understand something. Compress. Condense. Let the divine fiend battle technique gather on the sword blade. When he slashed out in an instant, it burst forth with an even stronger destructive power. Slash. With a low roar, the Nirvana evil sword suddenly slashed down. The divine fiend battle technique that was flickering with gray light condensed and compressed on the sword blade suddenly slashed down. The terrifying power directly tore the void apart and shattered the edges of the crack. The power was shocking. As the sword slashed down, it immediately broke many branches. 30%. The power of this slash is 30% more than the power of the divine fiend battle technique that I have condensed. Swordsmanship or martial arts, it was to fully unleash the power that the power should be and to surpass the limit. The more advanced the martial arts, the more powerful the power that could be unleashed beyond the limit. More than 30%, this was not strong enough. It needed to be stronger. Then, continue to compress even more thoroughly. Time after time of compression, time after time of slashing, time after time, it increased unknowingly. 40%, 50%. When the sword slashed out, the power increased by 50%. Undoubtedly, it became even stronger. But Chun Xiu felt that it was still not enough. He could do better. 60%, 70%. For a moment, Chun Xiu forgot about everything and was completely immersed in the continuous slashing. There are thousands of swordsmanship. I only take one slash. The ultimate slash. Belief, supremacy, and power surged and condensed on the Nirvana evil sword. With a flash of inspiration from Chun Xiu, he quickly compressed it toward the tip of the sword. The effect was better than directly compressing it on the sword. Of course, the difficulty would be higher, but it was still within his control. In an instant, the tip of the Nirvana evil sword was filled with a layer of gray light, as if a gray thunderbolt was spreading. An astonishing aura of annihilation also spread out. Slash. This slash was made again. In an instant, the tip of the sword stretched out and tore through the void, turning into a gray light and a crescent moon that broke through the void. It broke away from the tip of the sword and was like a hot knife through butter. The branches were all broken and slashed directly toward the trunk of the ghost mother tree. The black light on the trunk flickered and blocked the crescent moon slash. But the black light was still cut, leaving a faint mark on the trunk, and disappeared in an instant. Even so, Chun Zong was secretly shocked. The power of this slash was at the level of Chun Zong's infinite heart extinguishment. No, it was even a little more powerful. And this was only the beginning of Chun Xiu's understanding of his own path. There was still a lot of room for improvement and improvement. The power of this slash also surprised Chun Xiu. As expected, this was the path that suited him. Then, let's continue to compress. The ghost mother tree was really a good target to test his sword on. Compared to going into seclusion and slowly comprehending, this kind of high-intensity battle training was undoubtedly more efficient, more than 10 times. Then, with the help of the ghost mother tree, he could completely perfect and create his own sword technique. Slash. There are thousands of swordsmanship. Only one slash was enough. First slash. Second slash. Third slash. Slash, slash, slash. Chun Zong put away his sword and watched, allowing Chun Xiu to perform as he carefully observed Chun Xiu's slash. His path of swordsmanship was not only about technique, but also included strength and speed. Therefore, all the profoundness of martial arts in the world was useful to him and would continuously increase his foundation and accumulation. His path of swordsmanship was to integrate everything, walk to a new height, gather all the profoundness of martial arts, and transcend. Then, Chun Xiu's path now was the opposite of his, and that was the pinnacle. Throw away everything else, only one slash, and raise the derivation of the slash to the pinnacle. Chapter 1873. Currently, there are 3 chapters left. It may be increased to 5 chapters. At the center of the ghost city, outside the Purgatory Ghost Gate, a 1,000-meter-tall tree stood. The ghost mother tree seemed to have intelligence. It knew that its shrieks could not affect the 2 of them, so it stopped shrieking and focused on waving its branches to attack. With all its heart, the ghost mother tree's attacks changed again. At first, the branches pierced straight like spears and swords with shocking speed. Then, the branches changed their attacking style like swords, whips, and sabers, but they were all very fast. Now it changed again. A part of it retained the spears and swords, whips, and sabers, while the other part changed into the domineering giant axes and the forceful giant hammers. Its speed was no longer focused on speed, but a combination of speed and speed. Such an attack immediately increased the pressure on Chun Xiu, but under the pressure, Chun Xiu's potential was also constantly stimulated. Chun Zong felt Chun Xiu's enlightenment while observing the Ghost Mother Tree's attacks. He was secretly surprised. It seemed that the Ghost Mother Tree had an amazing learning ability and could improve through continuous battles. In other words, his and Chun Xiu's attacks seemed to have improved the Ghost Mother Tree's fighting ability. Putting its appearance and race aside, the Ghost Mother Tree could be considered an excellent opponent. However, it had to be destroyed and must die. Chun Zong continued to analyze and comprehend. The improvement of the Ghost Mother Tree's fighting skills brought an indescribable impact to him. He could vaguely grasp something, but there was a barrier between him and the Ghost Mother Tree. In the end, the Heart Sword Dao intent had been broken and then rebuilt, transforming into the Supreme Sword Dao intent. This was the Heart Sword Dao intent, which had already surpassed the Heart Sword Dao intent. The Heart Sword Dao intent was moved by the heart and manifested in the sword. Then, the Heart Sword Dao intent was more efficient. Directly manifesting from the heart and manifesting in the sword, it was equivalent to saving 2 steps in the middle. Perhaps in terms of time, there was not much of a difference. The difference was so small. But for experts, a small difference in time brought about a different effect. The Heart Sword current seemed to be unable to fully unleash the power of the Heart Sword Dao intent. The Heart Sword Dao intent needed a more suitable sword move. What sword move should it be? Chun Zong was also thinking about his own path. His sword move was totally different from Chun Xiu's. It was precisely because of this that it required more brain power. Unlike Chun Xiu, who pursued the extreme and directly compressed his power without thinking. No, it was a little too much to call it brainless. There might be various profound mysteries fused into it, but compared to what he wanted to comprehend, it was brainless. Slash. Chun Xiu slashed down with his sword again. The tip of the sword turned into a gray crescent moon that pierced through the sky. The power of this slash increased once again, exceeding 110% of the power that the compressed divine aura should have. If the power of the divine aura that Chun Xiu had used was 100%, then the power of the slash would be 21%. But Chun Xiu felt that he still had not reached his current limit. He could continue to improve. 120%, 13%. While Chun Xiu's slashes continued to increase, the attacks of the Ghost Mother Tree's branches also became more mysterious. They were all improving. This was an evenly matched battle. 150%. With a slash, the gray crescent moon became more condensed and its power became more shocking. Under the slash, the Ghost Mother Tree felt a great threat. Countless branches quickly wrapped around each other and instantly condensed into a shield to defend against the slash. It blocked the slash. With the majestic divine aura fighting power, coupled with the absorption of the surrounding divine aura, Chun Xiu's battle power could last for a long time. Even so, he continued to slash out many times, and his power was constantly depleted. He stopped and circulated his cultivation method to recover his power. The battle was naturally left to his original body. His original body was in the midst of comprehending, and the battle was the best catalyst. Heart sword intent. The long sword in his hand was as light as a feather. With a swing of the sword, he blocked the attack of the branches. Unlike Chun Xiu's violent power, which seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth with every slash, Chun Zong's sword seemed to be very casual. Every slash seemed to be as light as a willow tree in the wind, as if it did not contain any power. But in reality, every slash contained a shocking amount of power. The moment it came into contact with the branches, it shattered them. One must know that the branches were very tough and were much tougher than a 9th grade sacred artifact. While slashing out, Chun Zong continued to comprehend. When Chun Xiu's power recovered, Chun Zong kept his sword and continued to comprehend while recovering his power. 140%, 150%, 160%. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu alternated like this, using the power of the Ghost Mother Tree to comprehend and improve themselves. 200%. When the power of the slash exceeded 200% of the divine aura fighting power, Chun Xiu felt that he had reached his limit. At least, that was his current limit. Since that was the case, he would destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. His original body had also reached a bottleneck in his comprehension. If he continued to fight, it would be difficult for him to fully comprehend it. How to destroy it? Of course, he would join forces with his avatar. Under the mysterious god-killing formation, the two of them resisted the attacks of thousands of branches and continued to approach the Ghost Mother Tree. When they were 100 meters away from the tree, the attacks of the branches became more violent. Every strike was accompanied by a roar, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The power was extremely shocking. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's faces became slightly solemn. Azura, moon slashing sword. Chun Xiu raised his sword. On the blade of the sword, the divine aura fighting power continuously surged and condensed into the sword until it was compressed to the limit. Slash! The sword slashed down, shattering the void. A gray crescent moon with a strange metallic luster instantly slashed through the void. On the blade of the crescent moon, the energy was extremely condensed. None of the branches could withstand it. Even if they gathered together, they could not withstand it. In the end, the crescent moon was slashed and shattered. Immediately after, the black light on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree was also slashed, revealing the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree. Vacuum. Lifeless slash. This was the strongest sword that Chun Zong had mastered. With the Azura moon slashing sword opening a path, the vacuum lifeless slash gathered an extremely strong power and slashed through the void. The sword light was extremely bright, like the explosion of the true sun, destroying everything. The unguarded trunk was immediately slashed. The Ghost Mother Tree trembled violently. The scars on the Ghost Mother Tree all let out a shrill scream. It was sharper than before, as if an invisible sword had slashed through it. Even the void seemed to have cracked under the sound waves. Azura moon slashing sword. Chun Xiu's second slash followed. The blade of the crescent moon slashed on the trunk of the Ghost Mother Tree, further increasing the damage. Royal Spirit breaking strike. The 6 lesser Imperial Divine weapons fused into a beam of shocking black light, carrying the terrifying power of the Heart Sword Will. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. The 3 consecutive attacks caused indescribable damage to the Ghost Mother Tree. Tremble. The entire ghost city trembled violently, and the city walls began to collapse. Following that, a black smoke surged out from the Ghost Purgatory Gate and rushed towards the Ghost Mother Tree, trying to heal the damage that the Ghost Mother Tree had suffered. However, all of this was within Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's expectations. Then, the next attack would be like dealing with the Ghost King. They would first kill the Ghost King and make the Ghost Purgatory Gate ineffective. The primordial sword energies surged into the Heart Sword Will. The Heart Sword realm expanded, and 10,000 rays of sword chi gathered within 1,000 meters. Heart Sword Realm. In an instant, 10,000 rays of sword chi shot out, all aimed at the damaged parts of the Ghost Mother Tree. Chun Xiu also slashed with his sword. Azura Moon Slash. 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 Their goal was to destroy the Ghost Mother Tree before the Ghost Purgatory Gate could replenish its energy. The Ghost Mother Tree was extremely tough. It was dozens of meters thick, but under Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's relentless attacks, it was first heavily injured, and then its injuries worsened. Boom! The Ghost Mother Tree was slashed in half. At the same time, the Ghost Purgatory Gate's energy surged into the Ghost Mother Tree. Black light filled the air, mending the cracks as if to heal them. Slash! The two of them continued to squeeze out every bit of energy they had. If the Ghost Mother Tree was fully repaired, all of their previous efforts would be in vain. This time, no matter what, they had to destroy it. Raging Azura form. In an instant, Chun Xiu was enraged. After cultivating the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique to the 5th level, Chun Xiu could freely control the anger in his heart. It was up to him to decide whether or not to activate it. Under the Raging Azura form, his combat power increased tremendously. Carefree state. Using the carefree state to keep his mind calm, this way, he could better control his own energy. Azura Moon Slash. As he slashed out with his sword, the gray crescent moon doubled in size, and its power was terrifying to the extreme. Slash. 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 Boom. The Ghost Mother Tree began to fall. As for the Ghost Purgatory Gate's energy, it was not unlimited. A short interval was enough. The Ghost City shook. The huge Ghost Mother Tree slowly fell. There was a shocking sound like a mountain collapsing. Even if the Ghost Purgatory Gate's energy surged out again, it could not save it. Because, under Chun Zong and Chun Xiu's explosive attacks, the Ghost Mother Tree was slashed in half. What's more, Chun Zong and Chun Xiu would not sit idly by and let it recover. As the Ghost Mother Tree slowly fell, the ghost hornless hanging on each of its branches began to shrink, as if they were shrinking. In the end, their vitality was extinguished. Death! The Ghost Mother Tree was rapidly approaching death. The Ghost Mother Tree's scars were emitting mournful wails. The wails were sharp and shrill. It seemed to be cursing, but at the same time, it became sorrowful, as if it was begging for mercy. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu were unmoved. They circulated their cultivation technique to recover their energy while watching the Ghost Mother Tree fall. Boom! As the Ghost Mother Tree fell, the entire Ghost City shook violently. The city walls crumbled, and countless cracks appeared on the ground as the city continued to crumble. Destroyed. The Ghost City was being destroyed. The Ghost Mother Tree that the Ghost Beast Division had spent a lot of resources to create was truly destroyed. Chun Zong and Chun Xiu heaved a sigh of relief as the tree trunk slowly shrank, as though it was being weathered. This battle wasn't going to be easy. The Mother Ghost Tree was even harder to deal with than the two Ghost Kings who had joined forces. Chapter 1874. According to our agreement, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation will update 9 chapters today. This is the 5th update, and there are 4 more to come. Please support the 6 Paths of Reincarnation and Ascension. Tremor, tremor, tremor. The Ghost City was collapsing, and the ground was cracking and sinking. However, the Ghost Gate of Purgatory was still there, and it was indestructible. Compared to the Ghost Mother Tree, the Ghost Gate of Purgatory was extremely sturdy, and Chun Zong and Chun Xiu couldn't destroy it with their current strength. The huge Ghost Mother Tree fell to the ground, and wisps of black aura arose from the Ghost Mother Tree, exuding a pure malice. This malice was not targeted at anyone, and it was evil in itself. That was the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm that was carried by the Ghost Mother Tree. Compared to the will of the Ghost King, The will of the Ghost Mother Tree was at least 10 times stronger. The stronger the fighting power of the Ghost Mother Tree, the stronger the will of the Ghost Mother Tree was. This was common in almost every world. At this moment, the will of the Ghost Mother Tree was being absorbed by the will of this world, and it was being used to replenish itself. First, almost 100,000 ghost soldiers died, and a ghost king was almost dead. The will of the Ghost Mother Tree was being absorbed by the will of this world. The heavenly god Gong fought against 10,000 soldiers alone, and he became stronger as he fought. He also killed many ghost soldiers, and the will of the Ghost Mother Tree was also absorbed by this world. Soon, the will of the Ghost Mother Tree was completely absorbed, and the Ghost Mother Tree disappeared as if it had been decaying for 10,000 years, leaving behind a ground of sand. Chunzong and Chunxiu were relieved that they couldn't do anything to the Ghost Gate of Purgatory, and they killed the Ghost Mother Tree. As for the Ghost Gate of Purgatory, they could only leave it be for now. However, for a period of time, there must be someone guarding this place to prevent other ghost soldiers from entering this world through the Ghost Gate of Purgatory. The best person to guard this place was naturally Chunxiu, who had strong fighting power. As long as the enemy wasn't a ghost king, they would die. Even the weaker ghost kings would be killed as soon as they appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a gale blew over. The sound of the wind whistled endlessly and swept out in all directions. It was vast and mighty, and it seemed as if the heavens and the earth were being swept up. It was as if a storm was coming from all directions. Chunzong and Chunxiu's expressions froze. They activated the little bit of strength they had just recovered and stared coldly at a place 100 meters ahead. In his super sharp senses, there seemed to be an invisible force slowly condensing 100 meters in front of him. The source of the force came from all directions and seemed to be coming with the wind. Rumble. An astonishingly loud sound exploded in the sky. It was as if the heavens had been split open, rumbling in all directions. It was extremely shocking. Extremely dazzling golden lightning tore through the air, illuminating the heavens and the earth, spreading out in all directions. An incomparably shocking pressure descended with a brilliant heavenly might, as if a god had descended upon the world. This change made Chunzong and Chunxiu look even more serious. Around 15 minutes later, the wind became even stronger, the lightning became even more violent, and the ground shook endlessly as if it was about to collapse completely. However, as if there was an agreement, all of a sudden, everything stopped and disappeared. It was as if one breath ago, there was a violent storm and huge waves, and the next breath, there was no wind and waves. This change was too fast and too shocking. It made Chunzong and Chunxiu even more fearful. Their eyes focused, and their gaze became extremely sharp. They stared at a place 100 meters in front of them, where the outline of a shadow was condensing. The shadow was very strange. At first glance, it looked like the shadow of a person, but at second glance, it looked like the shadow of some kind of beast. At third glance, it looked like a tree, a blade of grass, a flower, or a stone or a grain of sand. Water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Everything. It was as if its form was constantly changing in Chunzong and Chunxiu's eyes. But in fact, when the shadow condensed, it did not change at all. What changed was only Chunzong and Chunxiu's feeling, or it could be said that it was a kind of ability that belonged to the shadow itself. From it, Chunzong and Chunxiu both felt a kind of unfathomable willpower that was as deep as the abyss. That kind of willpower seemed to be able to destroy the whole world if it burst out. The strength of this willpower was so deep, so majestic, so unfathomable, and so immeasurable. Chunzong's heart skipped a beat, and he thought of the ancient records that he had read in the Eternal Battle Fort. That was the will of the world. Chunzong could not help but whisper. An old and vigorous voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from all directions. It seemed to come from every part of the void between heaven and earth, from every wisp of wind and breath under the sky, and from every tree, blade of grass, flower, and grain of sand on the ground. It also seemed to come from a shadow 100 meters in front of them. It was just a voice, but it made Chunzong and Chunxiu feel as if they had heard the voice of heaven and earth. It was an indescribable feeling. As he said, "I am the manifestation of the will of the world." The ancient and vicissitudes of life slowly sounded again, as if every word carried an incomparably heavy weight. Hearing the other party admit it personally, Chunzong and Chunxiu felt an indescribable shock in their hearts. The manifestation of the will of the world. Of course, this was true. The powerful will of the world could manifest and communicate with people. Of course, in most cases, the will of the world would not do this because the will of the world and all living things were two completely different kinds of existence. There was actually nothing to communicate between the two. To use a more extreme analogy, it was like a man and an ant. Would a man communicate with an ant? No. Most of the time, he would just ignore it or observe it with some curiosity or just casually trample it to death. That was an attitude, a kind of superior attitude. Just like what was recorded in the ancient books, living things constantly improve their cultivation and strength through cultivation, and then transformed, causing life to leap and improve the essence of life. The world also had its own way of advancement. Most people did not know that the world they lived in actually had a will of the world, and it was not an inanimate object. However, the will of the world generally would not interfere with the rise and fall of living things, because that was a kind of natural law. Birth, old age, illness, and death had its own mystery of reincarnation. The natural rise and fall of living things in a world was also a kind of advancement method of this world. The result of recklessly interfering was like a cultivator forcibly reversing his own cultivation method. Not only would it be difficult to achieve good results, but it would also worsen and even bring about serious consequences. In short, this was the case. But now, the will of the world had manifested in front of him and Chunxiu. Why? Even if it wanted to manifest, it should have manifested in front of the son of fate. Could it be that he had become the son of fate? Chunzong actually did not desire this son of fate so much. It was dispensable. "I want to make a deal with you." The will of the world spoke again, and every word contained an ancient charm. The content, however, made Chunzong and Chunxiu look at each other. Making a deal with the will of the world? No matter how they heard it, it was inconceivable and beyond imagination. In the ancient war, I was injured. I had to fall into a deep sleep to prevent the loss of power. The will of the world continued, as if deep in thought and memory. This time, the invasion of the Purgatory Ghost Clan was both a crisis and an opportunity. It allowed my will to awaken and recover with the will of the Ghost Realm. Chunzong and Chunxiu knew all this, but they did not interrupt and continued to listen. This time, you killed 100,000 ghosts and destroyed the Ghost Mother Tree, so that I could recover more after absorbing the will of the Ghost Realm. I can barely manifest, but it is not enough. I need to absorb more of the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm, the will of the world said. Absorbing the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm would allow the will of the world to recover faster. If it relied on itself to recover slowly, it would take many years, which was measured in tens of thousands of years. If there were no shortcuts, of course, it could only recover slowly by itself. But now, if it could devour the will of the Purgatory Ghost Realm, it could recover faster, at least 100 or 1,000 times faster than its own recovery speed. Naturally, it could not let go of this opportunity. If the Purgatory Ghost Clan did not open the realm gate to invade, the will of the world would not awaken and recover. This was a kind of opportunity. Cultivators needed opportunities, and so did the will of the world. Although different, in essence, they both wanted to improve themselves, become stronger, and transcend. Do you plan to let more Purgatory Ghost Clan enter this realm and then kill them? Chunzong could not help but ask. The will of the world had not recovered enough. so it could not directly kill the Purgatory Ghost Clan. It needed to borrow the power of the world to help living beings. Chunzong and Chunxiu had killed many ghosts and displayed amazing potential and combat strength. It was undoubtedly very suitable to borrow their power to deal with the Ghost Clan. No, the will of the world denied, and proposed a statement that made Chunzong speechless. I need you to enter the Purgatory Ghost Realm, kill the Purgatory Ghost Clan, and destroy the Ghost Mother Tree. Chunzong and Chunxiu were stunned by the will of the world's bold idea. What the hell? Was it planning to send them to their deaths in the Purgatory Ghost Clan? Chunzong was confident, but not conceited. The ghost territory of the Purgatory was a horrifying place. If he were to step into it, it wouldn't take long for him to attract an endless amount of ghost race beings. In fact, there were even many Ghost King level beings. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be killed. It should be known that the Purgatory Ghost Clan had a natural advantage in the Purgatory Ghost Realm. Whether it was energy consumption or injury, they could absorb the power of the Ghost Realm to recover in a relatively short time. It would not be slower than their recovery in the Tianyuan Sanctuary. But what about themselves? They did not have that ability. Moreover, the Purgatory Ghost Realm was not filled with the chi of heaven and earth, but the power of the Ghost Realm. They could not absorb that power at all. Once the power was consumed, it could not be recovered. They could only use pills. However, there was always a limit to the recovery of pills. It was unrealistic. Asking them to enter the Purgatory Ghost Realm was like asking a sheep to enter a pack of wolves. It was purely asking for their own death. They did not want to live too well. Chunzong even maliciously thought that the will of the world knew that he was an enemy of the Palace of Providence of this world, and was worried that the Palace of Providence would not be a match for him. Therefore, it wanted to help the Palace of Providence to get rid of him so that the Palace of Providence would become the strongest in this world. Logically speaking, the will of the world should not be like this. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.